Kicking it with Gives a Minute on Kick. That's better. Hey, how are you? What's cracking? Hello. Sunday afternoon, and I'm having a beer. What do you think about that? Hello, Skins.
Persky's here, Dale's here, MD Witt's here, everybody's here. Hello, what's going on in the town of the Kick Machine? If you want to hang out with us, we're on Kick. I might need to put a jumper on. It's cold. It's cold. Hey Siri, temperature?
It's currently 15 degrees.
15 Celsius. Yeah. It's not too cold. It's good that Persky's here because he did give me a few tabs to check out. So let's take a look at those before. I mean, he could be going to sleep. He's in Berlin. It could be. Hey Siri, what time is it in Berlin?
In Berlin, Germany, it's 7:32.
It's 7:30 a.m. So he's been up all night. Persky. Let's get into these links before you go to sleep, eh? Look at this. Mittagong to Katoomba multi-day hike. Why is that not zooming in? There you go. I don't want to sign into Google. This looks massive. Persky talked about doing a hike, and this is one of the things he wants in his, what do you call it? Your to-do list. Can I call in? I can make an ass of myself if you want. Yeah, man, for sure, Dale. Yeah, we'll take these links and then we'll have a call in once Persky probably has to go to sleep relatively soon. So yeah, that'd be good. I'd like that. But let's go through and have a look at this. These are pretty big hikes. Mittagong to Katoomba multi-day hike, 115 kilometer length. Shit. Elevation 3,959 meter gain. Generally, it's considered a challenging route. A good challenging route can be fun. This is a popular trail for backpacking, camping, and hiking, but you can still enjoy solitude during quieter times of the day. Preview the trail. No. Description. The 9-day walk winds up from Mittagong through the Natty River Valley, over Balloon Pass, down Wallandilly River Valley, through Yarranderi, over Scott's Main Range, spelled incorrectly, down the Cox's River, up through the Megalong Valley, and out to Dunphy's Camp. Very cool. You need to carry all equipment and supplies. Conditions. Partly cloudy. Here's Andrew H. I did the Katoomba to... what was that noise? I don't know. Don't worry about it. He did the Katoomba to Mittagong in April this year. Track was overgrown. Blah, bling, blong, blang. We've got videos here. Let's take a look. Still photos. Slideshow. Australia. Wow. What did they film that on? An iPhone -2? Jesus. Okay, so it can't be that gnarly if they're doing it in Crocs. They're wearing Crocs. Well, that could just be to get across the water crossing. It's pretty loud. That looks lovely. Wow, that's a rad photo. I'm putting on my jumper. These yahoos aren't talking. Oh, what? That looked rad. Where was that? Can we just go back a section? A section? Look at that. That looks like something. That doesn't look like I said. That doesn't even look like Australia. That looks amazing. The fuck? What the hell? What's that? That's a scene that I've never seen in Australia. I mean, Australia's fake after all, but that doesn't even look like this fair brown country. Looks cold there. That's amazing. That looks like heading into Megalong. So that was a school trip that they did. Let's take a look at this though. Australia's Kangara to Katoomba hike. Here we go. The Apprentice Adventure. I'm a sucker for ferns, Pertsky. Yeah, it looks rad, dude.
Alright everybody, welcome to the Apprentice Adventurer. I'm in my token hiking gear, which looks like I hike every single day in the same clothes. No one watches my hiking videos, I don't know why, they're pretty cool. But today I'm flying with my brother. Unfortunately he's not very photogenic, so he probably won't be in the video at all. We're doing Canangra to Katoomba. It says it's closed, it says it's got overgrowth, it says it's got fallen trees, but we've got to do it, the conditions are good. But we started our hike at midday, so not ideal. We're going to try and do a little bit differently. We're going to go from Canangra to Katoomba, but I've got to go the Carlin's Head, down Walls Pass, and come out on the ruined castle track. So stay tuned.
I've actually done that. I've done the ruined castle. Take that.
The normal one. And if anyone knows Narrow Neck, if you've done that once,
Narrow Neck, you got to go out there.
So we're trying to avoid as much of that as we can. I'm going to do a little bit different in this video.
Where in Oz is this? This is out in the Blue Mountain. Doesn't matter. This is out the Blue Mountains area.
I've got to talk a whole heap, just do my intro and maybe some camping trip ideas. But otherwise, I'm just going to show you the sights. And this is the first time I've done this track, so we'll have to see what it turns out to be. But anyway, enjoy it. Any questions, just ask, and we'll see how we go, eh?
Badly. Sorry about the volume there. A lot of damage there from the bushfires. I mean, that does not look. I've not seen a view like that before from Australia. Okay, where the fuck are the Blue Mountains? West of. So about 2.5 hours west of Sydney. So go from the city of Sydney, the Harbour Bridge, the Opera House, the Kangaroo, the Wallaby, the football, the meat pie. Go from there directly west, and you go out across the flat plains of Greater Western Sydney, and then you meet a mountain range. You climb the mountain range, you get into the area known as the Blue Mountains and surrounding suburbs, and from there you're in the most scenic. People come to see the Blue Mountains from all over the planet. It's pretty spectacular. It's a pronounced part of the Great Dividing Range. Good, nicely done, Pertsky. Nicely done. It's touristic and it's lovely. Cool. What the fuck? That's weird. The trees aren't growing straight, so the camera's not level. But how's he doing that? How's he... What's going on here? What's going on in this image? The trees aren't growing vertically. They're growing on an angel. Is he on an edge of a cliff? Is that what's going on? But why are the trees not growing straight out? Trees normally grow straight towards the light. Why are they coming out on an angel? I know he put a little screen card up there saying, bit of a silly gag, talking about being the feeling of vertigo while walking level on severely sloped terrain. That is weird. There's levels to this shit. That wasn't Benny that said that. That was Cincy. That's weird. I've never seen anything like that. This music is rubbish. Hendrik would blow his lid with this one. Nice. I didn't think of that. Yeah, the H-man would be like, fucking get that horizontal. Get it horizontal now. He would too. Wow, sunflowers. Shit. That's the trail? Damn, dude. Be easy to get lost out there. Face whacker. What does that say? Something about logbook, Mount Cloudmaker, altitude, her mountain, heart of the Sangarangs. Gangarangs? Gangajang. What? Whatever. You would definitely need to do your homework. Good GPS map and beacon. Yeah, you like if that's the trail, you don't want to be like me doing that. You want to be fully smart about it. Looks cool though. I got to be honest though, I'm not really into multi-day bush hikes. I have done the what was the Jenolan Caves to Katoomba. Yeah, that was a 4-day, 3-night hike that me and some other crew did back in the day. And it's fun. It's cool. I don't like walking all that distance just to get, like, I'd rather just go somewhere and stay there instead of like walking, hiking. I'd rather just like do like a 6-hour hike and then spend 4 days at the actual destination and then hike back out instead of constantly moving. Like every day you're hiking X amount of kilometers. Pertsky, I'll definitely do this at some point. All right, I'll do it with you. Having said that, I'm not really into it. If you get out to Australia and you want to do it and you want someone to come, I'll get my shit together and do it. If you want me to, if you want to do it alone, also. Done. All right, man, I'm pretty easy. I just need to bring my camera gear and chargeable batteries and shit. I'm good to go. Good to go. Oh, that happened to us too. The mice get into anything, man. You gotta take Tupperware. Like it's gotta be your shit's gotta be sealed, hey. Wow, that looks cool. All signs of track markers or tracks were lost for the next 15 kilometers. Wow, imagine walking for 15 kilometers having no idea.
I want to mow the lawn and go fishing.
Where you are. Thank you, Dale. You'd need some kind of global positioning system of sorts. I'm not too sure. It looks beautiful though, doesn't it? That's pretty insane. A GPS system with proper topographical maps. I don't have any of that shit, Pertsky, so if you do want to do this, we probably should get all that stuff beforehand. I'll put my heater on, folks. It's cold enough to warrant it. My heater's under my table. It's beautiful, isn't it, MD? Yeah, beautiful. Even after all that, you know, fire activity, it's still got a little certain charm to it. At the beginning of this video, the gentleman said, no one really watches my hiking videos. I don't know why. They're good. I can give you a clue. You're not very engaging. Like putting up overlays and graphics is one thing, but it'd be better off if you were talking about it. You know, like give us your. We want to see you in the hike. Well, that's what I want to see anyway when I look at a video. I want to see the person, the personality behind the person in the situation, in this case, a hike. I think it's mainly because he's a motorbike guy. Oh, so he's not used to talking. Yeah, that makes sense, I suppose, yeah. But he did say that at the beginning of the video, and I was like, oh, I can tell you one good reason why. But YouTube's a funky place to navigate for certain. Correct. Yeah, okay. Flora, vegetation. This is a nice song. Flo would love this. Right. Flowski. Oh, that looks nice. Yeah, don't use those chains to abseil on. Oh, what? What are you doing? Oh, he's not touching it. Good. By the way, they gave me a full refund for those. Full refund. Because they are not waterproof. They were 380 Australian or New Zealand dollars, and they're not waterproof. And I got all of my money back, and I got to keep the shoes. The boots. $52 kilometers. Yeah, okay. So he lacks a lot in terms of his presentation and video concepts, but he's nice content. Nice content. So yeah, put that into the to-do list, I guess. I mean, Pertsky wants to do it, and I mean, look, like I said, I don't really go for that stuff, but if someone wants to do it, then I'd probably, like, if Marty came to me and said, "Man, I want to do a hike, a 2-day hike." 1 night, 2 days.
Love you, bitch.
I fucking love you too, bitch. Who did that? Dalesky. How you doing, man? Yeah, I'd do it. I'd do it. Because I'm all about good times. Speaking of good times, Dale, do you... Perdsky, thanks for sending those links through. Dale, you mentioned you want to call in. I'm ready for you whenever you are. By the way, I'm not working tomorrow until 4 p.m, so I'm going to have this homebrew and maybe a couple of jacks as well. So I'm not too sure what you want to talk about, or whatever's on your mind. Hey, shit, man, that brew went down quick. Crikey. I'm only going to have one brew, but let's do it. Okay, man, well, let me set up the call-in, and I'll be right back with a call-in from Dale. Heck yeah. Right. Oh, they've changed it, haven't they? That's right. I forgot that they changed it. Okay, hold on. Look at that. That looks sort of messed up. Let me just realign some stuff. What did we do with this? Oh, we got to change this. Yeah. So they changed their Oh no, I've got to do this. I've got to crop this sucker in. Restream changed their layout slightly, and it's affected me slightly. Not much. Just a little tweakage. Just cleaning up the edges here. It's still not quite exactly how I wanted it. There you go. Well, Dale, you know how this is done, right? Do you need the link? Do you need me to send you the link again? I'll need a link to call in. Okay, so it's always the same link. I've never changed it, but I will post it here in the chat for you as well. Yeah, it's never changed. So unless Restream have changed it, which I don't think they have done. There it is. And we'll have a little chat. I'm all down for a chat and also a jack. And while we wait for Dale, no, I did surf today, but man, it's big. It's just gnarly, thumping waves. Not really any potential for rides. I mean, I went out and I got about 3 or 4 different waves, but it wasn't worth bringing to the masses, so I deleted it and didn't upload any content. I see Dale there. Let me add Dale to the stream ski. And how are we going to do this position wise? I guess we're going to go split screen like this. Yo, Dalski, what's up, man?
What to do?
What to do? Ooh, not in a. Normally it's what to do. Today it was what to do.
I'm tired, man. It's been a long fucking day.
Oh, okay. What have you been up to? Why are you so tired?
Things.
Things. You know what? Let me just do something quickly. Last time we had a call in, people suggested maybe we should have our names on the screen. So let me do that right now.
Oh, yeah, it's a good idea, actually.
Yeah, it's easy to do. Participants' names, just like that. Blue static. Yes.
I thought you'd like that.
I do like that. Blue static, folks. Welcome to the stream. Blue static.
How you doing, man? How you been?
I'm good, dude. I'm good. We haven't spoke for a while, but I guess there hasn't been a lot to talk about. What's on your mind today? What do you?
Well, how much time you got?
Hey, I'm gonna have a few jacks. I got a couple of hours, I guess. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I'm well into it. I think I'm on about number. Well, let's see. I've had a tequila. I've had a torpedo beer, and I'm on jack number 3. So
shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty polluted, but.
But do you have a bottle of Jack this big?
Yeah, the 1.75. That's all I buy.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I know. It's pretty common. Yeah. In Australia, it's so expensive. But you're right. Yeah, that's the better way to buy it for sure.
Yeah, because if you buy the smaller bottles, then you're paying more per volume. You know.
Yeah. Look at Pertsky in the chat. I've not drunk anything, but I've had some botanicals.
Good for you, Pertsky.
That's not gin either. I don't think.
No, I'm pretty sure that's botanicals. Yeah,
something else.
Great word. And I'm on some botanicals as well. So.
Okay. Well, whatever you do, wherever you do it, as long as it's legal, I'm all about it. Don't break.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, by the way, this stream has been on 10 viewers since we started. Do you reckon that's
12 now?
But mine says 10. Botrix says 10 the whole time.
It's
shit, dude! It just changed just then. Wow.
I'm psychic.
That's weird. Hey, it just changed right there. That's bizarre. I mean, the on-screen one will take a few seconds to update, but what you said before, just like cutting back to that video that Pertsky linked us, it is something that I never really thought of until you brought it up. But yeah, like the flora and fauna, everything's the extreme, not opposite, but Australia looks Australian to the point where someone that's coming from America is like, what? Where is that, man? Like, that's bizarre, you know? Like,
well, and I think it's probably more true of the fauna, the animals, because Australia has all these unique creatures like roos and wallabies and kookaburras and all kinds of shit that you don't see anywhere else, right?
That's true. I saw 2 kookaburras yesterday fighting, and the funny thing is, when a kookaburra fights, they still do the laugh thing. Like they're still making their normal kookaburra noises, and so it sounds like they're fighting, but they're laughing at each other. It's bizarre. Yeah.
But yeah, the plants too. I mean, I noticed that. So when I was growing up, my father was in the Air Force, so he flew all over the world. He flew transport planes, so he flew to Asia, to Europe, I'm sure he probably went to Australia. I don't know. Oh yeah, he definitely went to Australia, because I remember one time, I think I might have mentioned this when we first met, but he brought presents back because I have an older brother and an older sister, and my sister got it was like a stuffed animal, a koala.
Nice.
We used to call them koala bears, but it's just a koala, right?
No, we call it a koala bear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And he gave me a boomerang.
Cool.
And yeah, that was fun.
What was I listening to recently?
It's a stick, and you throw it, and it
comes
flies
back.
off, and then it goes up, and it comes back and arcs back and flies right back to you again. It's a trip. But
And did it work? Like, did you get it to work?
Yeah, it worked great.
I was fascinated by boomerangs as a kid, like just how they work. Because like, from what I understand, the Aboriginals used to use them to like knock out kangaroos.
Yeah, to hunt.
Yeah, but then why would it wouldn't, if you hit a kangaroo with it, it's not coming back to you.
Well, it's already done its job.
Yeah, so it only comes
back to you if it misses.
That's what I was going to say. It only comes back to you when you miss.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it is cool though, because it's basically this like curved wing, and it flies through the air.
It's aerodynamic, isn't it? It's bizarre.
Oh yeah.
They don't quite do like they curve around and then they go up and back down, don't they? Like it's not like a full 180-degree turn. It does this arc and it goes up and then it comes back down, I think.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. Well, I was watching something the other day, or I was listening to a podcast of some sort, and they were talking about the boomerang. Like, just, I don't want to necessarily go down this avenue, but they were talking about cultural misappropriation, and they were saying, is it wrong to have a boomerang? Like, is it offensive to Aboriginals to have a boomerang in a tacky tourist shop at some location? Is that wrong? And I was like, well, it's no more wrong than like, I don't know, like having, what's the old Australian hat where they have the string and the gum nuts to stop the flies. They're supposed to stop the flies coming in front of your face. That's no different than that. Like,
okay, so let me get this straight. We talked about this. Remember that night when it was me and you and AVX in that stream of yours? This was a couple months ago, and we were talking about, because you were playing a comedian stream, and we were talking about cultural misappropriation and all this shit.
yeah.
So let me get this straight. So I'm not allowed to eat a taco or a pizza because I didn't grow up in Italy or Mexico.
Where does it end? Yeah, where does it end?
It's just ludicrous. To me personally, I just ignore all that crap. Yeah, or Chinese, or it's just ludicrous. I mean, to me, you're expressing appreciation for other cultures. How is that a bad thing?
Yeah, and even if you're not expressing appreciation, the simple fact that there are other cultures necessarily means that at some point you'll encounter them. So like forget any like, we're doing this because we want to promote, in this case, Aboriginals. No, forget all that. Just the fact that for me, I'm an Australian, and at some point in my life, I'll go outside of my own culture and I might eat Indian food just by virtue of the fact that I've had enough of the regular Aussie food and I might go and get Indian. So like at that point, it's just natural, right? Like, are we supposed to just stay in our lanes and not ever go out of it? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, I mean, we've talked about this before. It's an attempt by some people to try to control you, and I reject that.
Yeah.
Especially, like I said, because for me, I look at it, just speaking for myself, as a sign of respect. I mean, if I want to go have Chinese food one night, or I want to have Indian food, or if I want to, I don't know, I'm struggling to think of another example, but I just don't see
Mexican.
the problem with showing some appreciation and respect for another culture and the beauty that they bring to food or to art or to whatever.
Yeah.
I don't get I just don't see the downside in that.
There is none. Like, why can't we enjoy that? What's the problem with that? Like, yeah, it doesn't add up. It's crazy to even think that we have to consider it. Like, why can't we just enjoy other cultures? Like, what's the big deal? Like, so what? We're all one race. We're all humans on this big flat disc.
Right.
You know, like,
right.
just because some dudes do it slightly different, that's what makes it that's like listening to a different genre of music. That's what makes music rad. Like, if you stuck in your lane and only ever listened to... Hey, who followed the channel? Hotted. Hey, Hotted. Thanks, man. Yeah, if you just listen to country and western... No. Speaking of Australian, what a big lizard.
And now, no. Oh, shit.
Yeah, if you just listened to one genre of music your entire existence, you'd get bored of it. Like, you have to step out and enjoy the fruits of the planet. Are we getting trolled here? Is this another follow?
Oh, no.
Oh, we're getting trolled.
No.
So this shit's now happening on Kick as well?
And now,
Stop talking to
no.
minors, weirdo.
Oh,
what
shit.
the fuck? Where is that? Is that on YouTube?
No, that's a Kick follow. Dale, are you a minor, Dale? I don't think you are. Hey, Call. Look at that in the chat. Hey, Call.
Yeah, but that last follow, I don't see it on Kick. Yeah, you're definitely getting trolled. I just can't figure out where.
No. And now, no. Oh, shit.
Yeah, Hotted. I reckon I'm going to decline your call in. Hey, Hotted.
Yeah.
Considering you can't even speak English, how call in? Hey, me call into channel.
Yeah.
That's going to go down real well, isn't it?
Yeah. So, yeah.
I can't believe I'm getting trolled. I mean, this has been a long time. It's been a long while that this has happened, eh?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't have YouTube pulled up, or I would ban the fucker on YouTube.
It's not a YouTube thing though. This is
No, I'm talking about the other one. There was one came in with a really rude name.
Oh, okay. I mean, I could just end it on YouTube. I mean, I'm this is a Kick stream, but you know what? Hey, YouTube, you're out of here. Fuck you. They're out. I just turned it off.
Okay, good.
I'm just going to ban these cockheads in the chat. How do you do this again on...
You want me to do it?
I got it.
Okay.
Oh, gift a sub? No, ban. Done. And here goes Nell. Hey, Nellwood, you're out of here.
That one, the stop talking to minors.
Oh, that
weirdo.
dickhead. Yeah, you're out of here
Yeah.
too. And this Nell. Hey, Nell, you're gone too. Fuck off! Hey, you're all out of here. See you later, you dickheads.
All right, well done. Sorry, I'm not on my game tonight.
Ah, that's all right, man.
That
That was 2 out of 10 level.
10.
2 out of 10 level trolling. Yeah, fully. Pretty lame trolling.
That's perfect, Bird. Yeah.
I find it
By the
interesting
way-
though.
Well,
Go ahead.
I just
Go
want
ahead.
to say this real quick. Thank you for Perdsky for putting those tabs in, because that was cool. That was fun to watch.
Yeah. I'm not too sure the logistics of how realistic Perdsky will be to do that hike, but because he lives in Berlin, but he said it's one of his life ambitions to do it. Yeah, it's good to have goals.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I said the first hike you got to do is the one that goes from Berlin to Australia. That's the Germany to Australia hike.
That's a long fucking hike there, dude. Holy shit.
What's your take on I mean, if we're getting trolled on Kick, does that mean that a whole bunch of the trolls from DLive have come across to Kick? Is that what we're supposed to
It
understand?
wouldn't surprise me. You got 19 viewers on Kick right now, so yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah. What about DLive?
I mean, there's a ton of people coming on to Kick now. So
True. Yeah. They're really going out in every avenue to bring in creators, which is pretty rad. They're doing what DLive never did, like outreach.
yeah, I mean, so far, what I'm seeing with Kick, I'm cautiously optimistic. It's looking good. But now you got to fucking follow through, right? So we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, I had somebody just ask me the other night, whatever happened to Kicks, the version of Lemons where you can donate to people without subbing, right?
Yeah, true. What? Yeah. Where are they?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
Huh. I doubt it's connected to DLive.
By the way, have you
Interesting.
seen the latest gimmick on DLive?
No.
What's it called? I'm just totally brain farting. Just give me a second. It's called the Fortune Wheel.
The fortune wheel. Can we
Yeah.
can we
Like
share
the
a
wheel
screen
of, like
here?
the Wheel of Fortune, right?
I'm going to share a screen and we'll go and have a look.
Yeah, go take a look at DLive. This started on the 21st, so it's now 2 days ago.
Okay. We'll go to DLive.
And it's already glitching. Big surprise, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay. It's right there behind the wheel. I'm gonna just put me over here, I think. That's better. So, okay. How do you get to it? Oh, here, the fortune wheel. Let's click. I don't know why there's. Okay, you can mute it. Fortune wheel. Daily tasks. Send 20 chat messages. Oh, so these are things you got to check off, and then you get an entry ticket to spin the wheel. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. Yeah. So then you get a ticket. So submit a ticket.
So you got to send 20 chat messages. You got to do that
Right.
daily.
Which is
Then-
easy.
That's easy. Then you got to watch greater than 30 minutes of stream.
You get one ticket per day just to log in. Okay. Then
Yeah.
per day you can submit 20 chat messages, and then you get, I think it's 2 tickets, and there's all these different things. But then so a ticket just gives you a spin on the wheel, and the spin can be 0 lemons, 1 lemon, 5, all these different levels. And
I see that. Yeah, okay.
yeah.
So it says I've got 3 tickets. Should we spin this shit?
Oh fuck yeah, let's do it. This ought to
That's
be
pretty.
funny.
It's pretty cool, actually.
It's a good idea. It's been glitching like a motherfucker.
Unfortunately, you did not win. Okay, well, I've still got 2 more tickets. Where did I get these tickets from, though? Do you get tickets by streaming?
Well, you got to read all the different categories.
Okay. Oh, you log in. Okay, so here we go. So when you log in, you get a ticket. So I've logged
Right.
in. So I must have. Well, I logged in now. I haven't logged in. I mean, I've streamed. Is logging in streaming? Because I have streamed by restream. I guess that's logging
I guess. I'm not sure.
in. When did this start? Did this start like?
The 21st, July
Yeah,
21st. And
that
it
makes
runs for
sense
It
then.
runs for 2 weeks.
Oh, it's not permanent.
Well, not so far.
Oh, that sucks. Well, let's spin this other 2 and get them out of here. It should be permanent. That'd be pretty cool.
Should be permanent if they can fix it.
Congratulations, you've won 1 lemon.
Woohoo!
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da!
Wow, I can retire now. Fuck, I got
Hell yeah! Let's get rid of.
one lemon is definitely not 1 Bitcoin.
That sucks, man. 1 lemon? What? That's a lousy win, hey? You won 5 lemons. So I won 6 lemons by spinning. Okay, I mean, look, it's something. Is it bringing new viewers? Look, I'm on channels we think you'd like. That's not right. They do not think we'd like me. They hate me on. I don't even know who they are anymore, but they do not like me. 24/7 flat Earth, a flat Earth channel.
So furiously, just for such a pitiful.
I was watching briefly. I was
monetary
watching a
reward,
stream
you know?
on
Is
D
it,
Live
like,
earlier,
how is that
and
actually
somebody
bringing anybody
gifted that
to God
stream
to be like,
50
oh, you're gonna break
subs,
down all
50
the
gifted subs.
quantum
On
I mean,
Kick.
Are you actually helping
on,
people
D
see
Live.
through the lies or see through
Oh, yeah,
how they're going
okay.
to be
Haven't seen
quantum
that in
mind
a long
controlled?
time.
Or is it just,
That's a chunk of change.
you know, I
Yeah.
hate to break it to you, but people have been, mind control and possession and demonic influence has been around throughout all of history.
I don't know if I want to get too
MK
deep
Ultra
into the
was
flat
around
Earth
before
conspiracy,
quantum
but
physics was supposedly able to, you know,
who's live on my follow list? King B, Cali Meatwagon, Lolo, that's Flowski, Monster J, and Patrick Casey. Yeah, interesting. I mean that's I gotta say, what's this? Oh, the hero board. That's that other thing. Yeah. Whoever donates the most.
Or donates, or what's the other thing? Fuck, I forget. There's 2 different levels to the hero board. There's the biggest donators and the biggest I don't know, I don't remember now. But that's been going on for a couple months.
Yeah, remember they used to have the there used to be let's kill the share screen. There used to be the top streamer leaderboard.
Yeah.
I always thought that was pretty cool. Like, who's streaming the most, who's engaging the most. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, there was some really cool things on D Live back in the day, and unfortunately, almost all of that went away.
The chest is still there though. That's working again, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and I got more lemons from the chest in the past 48 hours by far than I got on that Wheel of Fortune thing.
Wow. You know, let me have a quick look at my chest then, because I haven't opened it in a while. Let me see where it's at. 2 turntables and a microphone. Treasure chest here. Oh, I'm not on the right screen. Hold on a second. The more you engage, where's my chest though? Oh, I'm not on my channel. Hold on a second.
Come on, dude, get your shit together.
You think I'd know how this works, right? Still permanently mature tagged. Thank you, D-Live. Distribute rewards. There's only 48 lemons in there. Do you know what? Dale, go grab
your
him.
wad?
Go grab him. Go grab him. You're the only one there. Go and take him.
I'll take him.
Yeah, no, grab him. That'd be good to see how this works, because there's only one person on, according to my restream. Well, there's 3 people watching on D-Live. Benny's in the chat there on D-Live? Benny? Surely not.
He was earlier. I think it might have been at the end of your last stream.
Okay. Let's see how this works, though.
Yep, I got them all.
Yeah, nice. That's cool. So that's a good test that the chest is working on D-Live.
Yeah, the chest has actually been working, which is nice.
Yeah. That's
Muchas
cool.
gracias, senor.
No problem. Hey, do you want to run the stream for a bit while I go and get a jack? Because my beer's finished and I'd like to have a couple of jacks with you.
Sure, I'll get you in all kinds of trouble.
Be on your best behavior, Blue
Yeah,
Static. I don't want to come back and find all kinds of wrong happening on my screen.
You got it.
All right, I'll leave you with it, man. Hold on a sec. Blue static.
All right, so everybody, what's going on? I just won 49 lemons in a chest. Fuck yeah. More lemons that I'll get in the fortune wheel for a week. Yeah, Perd Beer. Those tabs were really cool. I did not realize that there was areas of Australia that were that mountainous. That was interesting. Yeah. That would be really cool if you do get the chance to meet up with Benin and go on a hike together and go camping and whatever and enjoy the great outdoors. The IRL streams are always awesome. It's still, I should probably wait till Benin gets back to say this, but it still fucking pisses me off that, you know, the dude's doing these amazing IRL streams when he was working in New Zealand, and he doesn't get on the wheel once the entire time, but they've got Top Duck on the wheel every fucking day. Boring, no chat interaction bullshit. I'm like, seriously? Really? You know, it just sort of speaks for itself. There's no need to even criticize at that point because it's just so obvious. Yeah. I had to restart the app on Kick. Yeah, you might have missed what I just said. So when Bennett gets back, if I can remember, I'll repeat it. Yeah. No, it's cool though. If you can, you know, if you guys meet up and you go on a hike together and stuff in that area, that would be awesome. Those IRL streams are always good times. There's a problem with the text input. It freezes the app. Interesting. That's strange. There's a problem with the text input. It freezes the app. That sounds like a coding error to me. I mean, I don't know. On which platform? You talking about Kick or DLive? Yeah, definitely coding error. Yeah, that was my take as well. That's odd though. So, Perdsky, if you don't mind my asking, so you're an Australian who lives in Germany, right? What's that like? I mean, can you give us a rough idea of like, did you move to Germany when you were young or as an adult, or was it your family moved there, or was it a choice you made for work? You know, I've never really heard your story about all that. I am kind of curious. And how do you like Germany? I mean, personally, I think Germany's spectacular. I've been there. Let me think. I've been to Germany 4 or 5 times. Usually for a week or more each time, and I just love it. Absolutely love it. I've been to Munich, been to Baden-Baden, been to Cologne, Berlin. I've been on the Rhine River. So yeah, I was working for a company in the UK that went bankrupt, and my boss wanted to put me on a retainer for a new company. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so you moved there as an adult. Okay. Yeah, crack that Jag, boy.
Heck yeah. Hey, does your 1.75 always have this flame retardant on the top, or the pourer?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's interesting. I know that Bacardi 151 has one of those on the top, and it's because it's so flammable that they don't want the whole contents to potentially explode.
I'm reading what Perdsky's saying. So he arranged for me to work for an old partner company. My choice was Berlin or Paris. It was only meant to be for a couple of months. Well, if you chose Berlin instead of Paris, personally, I think you chose wisely. Paris is a beautiful city, don't get me wrong. to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there.
Me either.
Yeah. It was only meant to be for a couple of months. So how long have you been there? A couple of years now?
Oh shit. Just give me one sec.
I chose Berlin because my ex was here. Yeah, that makes sense. 20 years. Wow. Damn, dude. So you hate Germany, do you? Obviously, if you've been there 20 years, you like it. So, yeah.
I read that a couple of months turned into 20 years.
Right.
It's how quickly that happens.
I know Hendrik desperately wants to go back to Germany. He's really, the last live stream he did, he mentioned that several times. He was like, I so want to go home.
He wants to go back there to live or just to visit?
I don't know, but at least to visit. Maybe a couple of months would turn into 20 years. Who knows?
I got a fondness for Germany, and I have a strange feeling, like not a premonition or anything, but some kind of. I feel like in my future there's German. There's a Germany or a German person. Yeah, just feels that way. Yeah.
And actually, Ben, and I've never heard your story. So your family is originally from Germany, correct?
Only my father. My father was born in Berlin. A little town on the outskirts of Berlin. And he left before the wall went up. And he went to Canada originally, to Ontario. Yeah.
Before the wall went up? Damn.
Yeah. He was a young boy. At the point when the Berlin Wall was being constructed, him and his mates were talking about it. They're like, yeah, they're going to put this wall up and we're going to be stuck on one side of it. And he's like, well, we got to go. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
Get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, so he did. He just went, I'm done. And he was considered what they call a deserter because he was under some kind of government a government program to give. It's kind of like an apprenticeship to give you a trade, and his trade was cabinet making. So all of his expenses and whatnot were paid for by the government to get you to become a cabinet maker, and then you would work in that trade and give back to the community. And he ejected. He just went, no, I'm done. I'm out. And he just escaped. Him and his mate, he talked. He's been dead for 24 years. But he did talk about it where he was like, yeah, there came a point when me and my friends were like, well, we have to go. And if we don't, we never will. And some of his mates were like, it's not going to happen, chill out, blah, blah, blah. And then he's like, no, it is happening and I'm going. And he left. He went to Canada. He didn't tell anybody. He couldn't mention it to his family. He just ejected from Germany. And then I think in Canada he was working, but funnily enough, he said it was colder in Canada than it was in Germany. Winters seemed, the cold was gnarlier than the cold in Berlin, and he couldn't work. Like all the job sites were closed because they couldn't physically break the ground. It was frozen solid, so they couldn't even like put shit into the ground because it was frozen. So he's like, and at that time there was a lot of conversation about Australia and how there's this place, so far away, and it's this golden ticket, and you've got to go there. And so he got on a ship to Australia, and then that's how he came out to Australia with no English skills, barely qualified to do anything, but he had manual labor skill, like he had the ability to build shit. And he told the story how he got on the ship, landed in Sydney Harbour, and then he made his way to Bondi because that's the only thing he'd ever heard of, Bondi Beach. And he made his way there, and he just walked onto job sites and just basically pleaded with anybody to get a job. Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty intriguing.
And so then he met your mother, and she was Australian. Is that right?
Dude, my mother's English, and the story when they met, it's if you know me and you know my family, this is pretty straight down the line as to how we operate, because my dad could hardly speak English. He went to the German club in Concordia, in Enmore, called the Concordia Club, and he sees one woman, and the first thing he says to her is, "Are you married?" The first thing.
Whoa. Fuck.
Are you married? And then the second thing was, money is no object. So he was trying to say, I'm single and I'm wealthy, but he worded it, "Are you married? Money is no object." And within 6 months they were married, and that's how my family came into existence. And I will say this, man, like, and I don't want to go too deep into it because it gets me pretty emotional, but from Dad arriving in and going to Bondi and having very little English skills and having nothing, after he got his start, we ended up with, he told me at one point they had 4 properties in Bondi, Coogee, Clovelly, and Bondi Junction. He owned a boarding house. He bought a boarding house. I remember that as a kid when Dad told me that, I was like, dude, what? Like, and for the, you don't know, Dale, because you're not in Australia, but those areas, they call them the eastern suburbs. Those areas are like super well off. Like they're like multi-million. Like the properties there are just, and back in those days, it was all going. Like people could pick up shit for next to nothing. But now, and I said to Dad, if you had have just kept one of those properties, we would all be completely, like, we'd all be millionaires. And he's like, yeah, but we ended up selling them all and then bought into the Shire where our family grew up, the Sutherland Shire. Yeah. The boarding house would be 25 mil. Yeah, in Bondi Junction. I've actually gone past and had a look at it. It's a massive place. And Dad owned it and was like, dude, big oof, as the kids say, to sell that stuff.
Okay, yeah, but so my take on it is a little different. First of all, that's the first time you've ever shared that story, so thank you for that.
You're welcome.
It's always good to get to know, people on a deeper level, right? People that you're friends with. I mean, well, to start, if it wasn't for your father leaving Germany and meeting your mother and all that, you wouldn't even be here, right?
True.
Or at least not in this particular iteration, maybe in a different place or whatever. But so there's that, which is priceless.
That's true. Yep.
And then you get into, I mean, look, we've talked about investments, and who knows, maybe the reason he needed to sell the properties was because money was tight and he just had to pay the bills and
that's true,
survive.
That's true. Yeah, there was obviously a need for it. Yeah. And
so
I don't
my
you don't consider
my story
that.
is interesting sort of as well. I'll just give you the brief version if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so my mother and father both come from farming families, and just salt of the earth people. Not poor, but definitely not wealthy, like lower middle class. Just sort of living off the land and growing crops, and some years were bonus and the weather was good and everything was great and you made great money off the harvest and whatever, and then other years you'd plant and there was some a hailstorm came through or there was a drought or whatever and it wiped your ass out, right? It was
what was the crop they were growing?
Well, various things. So like on my father's side of the family, they lived in South Florida and they grew things like avocados and limes and potatoes and things like that. And then later, because it wasn't just him, it was also cousins and aunts and uncles and extended family. They switched over from all that to growing palm trees, and that was very lucrative for a good
What?
20
Palm
years or so.
trees in
Oh yeah.
Florida? They're a sellable item?
Oh, huge, very profitable.
Who's buying them? Don't they just grow willy-nilly all over the place?
Well, somewhat, but like governments would buy them to, like, when a new road gets built, they would line the roads with palms.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Or just individuals wanting to put some palm trees in their yard, or yeah, so just a lot of stuff. Mostly it was to, like, governments and businesses. A lot of businesses, like, if let's say you own an automobile dealership and you open up an auto dealership lot, and you got all these cars, you want to have a nice surroundings, so they would buy these palm trees, and you might take hundreds of palm trees, and they're expensive. I mean, palm trees are definitely not cheap. So there was that. And then on my mother's side of the family, she's from the Northeast, up around the Ohio area, and they were mostly vegetable farmers, and some like greenhouse ornamental, like orchids and flowers and things like that. So I don't even remember how they met. I'm trying to remember. Maybe it'll come to me while we're talking, but so my father joined the Air Force when he was young, and that's a whole nother story for another time. But he did really well at it, and he wound up retiring from the Air Force.
Wait. What role in the Air Force was he at?
He flew transport planes all over the planet.
Cool.
Yeah. So
That's
he
cool.
did really well.
Like financially?
Well, not so much financially, because being in the military doesn't pay that well, but he did well as far as learning a lot of skills, how to be an officer, how to be a leader, how to, all that, right?
Right, life skills. Yeah.
Right. And then later struggled a bit when he retired, because he retired from the military fairly young. You can retire from the U.S. military after 20 years, and I think he put in 24, if I remember correctly, and went on to do other things, but just a terrific guy. I learned so much from him.
Is he still alive? You're talking?
No, I lost him last year.
Last year,
Yeah.
dude. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't think you've ever mentioned that.
Right around this time, actually.
Holy shit, dude!
About 13 months ago. So, yeah.
Wow, man. Like, what happened? What was there an illness or?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, that's still very fresh, dude.
Yeah, and what really sucked is I couldn't even attend his funeral, because I was very sick last year at the same time, and I spent time in the hospital when I should have been at his funeral.
Oh man, I didn't even know that. I mean, what? So this time last year, July. Okay, so I would have been in New Zealand.
Right.
So you lost your father, and you were in the hospital at this time last year?
Yeah.
Well, man, I've got to plead ignorance. I didn't know about any of that, dude. Like, everything's okay now with you? Like,
I'm getting there. It's been a long haul, but I'm definitely a lot better than I was. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Ongoing issues. I'll probably live with the issue I'm dealing with for the rest of my life. It's a chronic condition, but yeah. I mean, it was funny because I remember. A family member brought my laptop into me when I was in the hospital, and it was the first time I'd ever been in the hospital since I was a little kid, right? I mean, so that was not fun.
No.
And I got online because I hadn't seen anybody in days, and popped in, and I'm not sure. I think I could be wrong about this, but somebody was streaming. I think it might have been Melbourne Doug, actually. And I saw Shiloh and I saw Hendrick in the chat.
Cool. Cool.
And so I reached out to them and was like, what to do? And they were like, Dale, oh my God, how you doing?
Did they know about your hospital stay?
Well, not yet, but then I was like, yeah, they were asking me how you been and whatever, and I was like, yeah, not so good. I'm in the hospital right now, and they're like, oh shit, really? And
Wow,
yeah,
man.
so
Well, I know you keep a lot of stuff to your chest. Like you want to, you want to keep your anonymity and whatnot, and that's understandable. Yeah, it's all just news. Like, what about the rest of your family? Like when you're like you got siblings, so
Right.
how's the family taken to your father being gone? Like, how's it all gone down?
okay, so my brother is the oldest, and he worked in the medical field for his pretty much entire adult life, and he was, because he was the oldest, he was the executor of the will, so he pretty much handled all the funeral arrangements and all that.
Okay.
Did a great job. I've always been really close to all my family. My brother and my sister and I get along really well. I mean, we have our occasional disagreements, as all family members do, right?
We do. Are you the youngest then?
Yes, I'm the baby.
So it's your brother, your sister, and you.
Right.
It's exactly the same as my family. My older brother, my middle sister, and me. Exactly the same.
Oh, see, I didn't even know you had a brother. Wow.
Yeah. Well, he does his own thing, but I'm closer to my sister than my brother. But yeah, same setup.
Well, and same here. I'm closer to my sister than my brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. And my sister's doing great. Yeah, she's they're both married.
Yeah.
And they have kids. I don't have any children of my own.
Exactly the same here. Same situation.
This is okay. So this is freaking me out.
Yeah. How close are you guys in age? Like, what's your brother? How old?
It's a pretty big disparity.
Yeah. Okay.
I won't get into details, but it's pretty big.
Well, that's where we differ, because my gap from me to my sister is a bit over a year, and then from her to my brother is about a year. So there's about 3.5 years between me and my brother.
Oh yeah, mine's way bigger than that. But
okay.
Yeah.
So you might consider yourself an afterthought. Your parents were like, "Yeah, we got 2 kids. This is great." And then
I just snuck in under the wire because
it's like after a 10-year,
they were like,
yeah,
we're done.
They're like, "Oh, let's go and see that movie we always wanted to go and see." Yeah, and then, we're gonna have another baby.
Right, pretty much.
Oh man,
Yeah.
what about your mum? Like, are you close with her? Like, and how's she taken to your father? Like, what's the connection there?
Well, my parents were divorced years ago.
Right.
And they did not get along.
Okay.
Which was very unpleasant.
Right.
For all of us.
Yep.
I'm sure it was for them.
Yeah.
And of course it was for all of us kids. And she actually lives with me now. She moved in with me.
Oh, cool.
She's not here right now, which is why I'm talking to you. But
yeah.
So, but she is not doing real great either. So, yeah.
Like health wise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you're in a carer kind of role, I guess.
Yes. Yeah.
And is there like the age gap between yourself and your mother? Is that like huge? Like how like
It's pretty substantial, yeah.
Okay. Did she attend the funeral for your father, or is it not even?
No, that was not. I mean, she was invited, but no.
Yeah. Okay.
And of course, with me being in the hospital, that was sort of her focus, I guess.
Okay, cut back to that. Are you? You said you're now going to live with whatever this hospital scenario was. That's going to plague you now forever. Is it something that you can? Is it insurmountable, or is it something that you can get past?
Well, I mean, I can talk about it a little bit because I've talked about this before. And I don't have a problem with saying certain things.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, my issues are they're called GI, gastrointestinal. So I have internal issues with my stomach, intestines, all that, right?
I think you have mentioned this. This is now coming back. Yeah, you have mentioned this once to me. or to the
Yeah.
stream. Yeah.
And it's just chronic. It's going to be there's no cure. You just have to manage it. So like I've had to, and also I have type 2 diabetes, which I've had for over a decade.
Okay.
And the problem with that, even though I manage that really well, like I don't have to take any insulin or anything, and I'm not even on any pharmaceuticals for that because I don't like pharmaceuticals very much. The side effects suck. But with getting exercise and proper diet and making sure you get plenty of sleep and just taking care of yourself, not drinking too much, which is an ongoing thing that I struggle with.
Right.
But I try to manage it. And but the problem with type 2 diabetes is it makes everything, your healing takes longer. So these other issues that I've had over the past couple of years now, which I didn't know about until it put me in the hospital, was all internal stuff. But that's like an internal injury. I mean, so I was diagnosed with I'm just gonna fucking say it because I don't care. So I was diagnosed with bleeding ulcer in my intestines, which is painful but not a huge deal.
Okay.
I was diagnosed with gastroenteritis, which is the lining of your stomach becomes eroded, and that got really bad to where my stomach was bleeding.
Oh shit.
And probably the worst thing was something I'd never even heard of before called hyponatremia. And what that is basically when your blood sodium levels, the salt levels in your bloodstream, become very low. It can be life-threatening. And I'll never forget, the doctor told me the second day I was in the hospital, he came in and he was going through my lab results because they take your blood and urine samples and yada, 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 right? And when I first went into the hospital, they hooked me up to an IV right away because I was dehydrated. So they were pumping me full of saline, which is salt water.
Salt solution,
and,
yeah.
And the doctor told me, if you hadn't have come to the hospital within about 24 hours or so, you probably wouldn't be here because my blood sodium levels, he showed me on the chart, and my blood sodium levels were almost zero.
So what led to this? Like, what causes this? Is this just the beauty of getting old?
I don't know. I to this day, I've done a lot of research. I've looked into it. It can be a variety of things. Yeah, I don't know. But what I've done since then is I've really upped my sodium intake. So like every day, I make sure I drink some Pedialyte. I eat salty foods.
It's funny, you would like, you don't often hear about doctors prescribing to eat salty foods. Like, it's like that should be limited, right. But in your case, it's like, no, you gotta increase that.
Right.
Huh.
Yeah, and like I said, I'd never even heard of it before. I'd never heard of hyponatremia before. So
I've not heard of it either. I guess, like, and this doesn't really make any difference because life and situations seem to sort of pop up. I wanted to ask what age bracket you're in, but then I thought, well, hold on a second. First of all, Dale keeps a lot of the stuff to himself, and second of all, you hear about people having this kind of stuff at all ages, so it's almost irrelevant, really. But
I can answer your question.
What age bracket are you then? Like, are you?
I'm right in between 15 and 90. That narrows it right down.
I love it. Good answer. But in all like reality, it doesn't make any difference because, like, I'm 47 and people, like, I read stories about dudes that just die at like 32 and 34 and 28 and 20 and like ages. And before, when this troll was you old geezer, it's like, hey man, age is actually a bit of a blessing. If you can get to old age, you've managed to negate life pretty good. So yeah, age doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I remember my father had this little saying that sticks with me. Well, many things. I mean, he taught me many things, just sort of by example, right? The way he lived his life. And I mean, we had our issues. He was in the military, so he was a bit of a hard ass.
I bet.
But I just had tremendous respect for everything he went through. But anyway, he would say, like, I remember seeing him in conversations with other men his age or whatever, and somebody be bitching about, getting old sucks, right? Right? And he would always just kind of smile and let them vent and let them finish, let them spew their, yeah, getting old sucks. And his response was always the same thing. It was like, beats the alternative.
Right.
And
dying is worse. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, I
So,
completely agree.
yeah.
Hey, I've got to take a slash. Can you maintain the stream once more while I do this?
Sure. Are you still on your first jack?
That is, and then I'll replenish that when I get back. But yeah, that's
All
my
right,
first one.
and then when you get back, I'm probably going to need a refill because I'm going to go ahead and have another one as well.
Sounds good. What a good plan. Back in a sec.
Yep. So nobody's talking in chat. I mean, there's 10 viewers and only Purd Beer is talking in chat. What the fuck? Speak up, people. Yeah, thanks, man. It's I don't talk about it much because I don't care for people who constantly whine about their issues, because the fact of the matter is that all of us go through stuff. Life is difficult sometimes and life is wonderful sometimes. So I try to focus on the good side of life. I don't want sympathy or donations or any of that. That doesn't interest me at all. It never has. I find joy in connecting with a few special people, like our host, Benin, who's a terrific human being, in my opinion. We don't always agree. God knows we don't always agree. Benin and I have butted heads more than once, and I'm sure it won't be the last time. But I have tremendous respect for the man because he speaks up for what he thinks is right and tries to not just complain about a problem when he sees it, but offers solutions. That I have respect for. So it's like the exact opposite of a troll, because trolls, what they do is they always want to tear stuff down and disrupt and point fingers and accuse and yada yada yada, and it's just like, ugh, really? What are you, fucking 5 on the playground? Grow up. So
There's I joined that conversation slightly late because I was in the bathroom, but I have a Twitter conversation, not a conversation, but an experience. So I scroll through Twitter every day, and I don't always follow people, but one thing popped up that I was like, oh, that's interesting. It was back to the flat earth conversation. It was a flat earther. And I ended up following his channel or his profile because what he posted was, to me, it was an interesting conversation starter. But then what I discovered is every single thing that this guy posts on Twitter, even though it gets refuted and like debunked, he just keeps posting more and more. And so I quickly realized that, and I think this is what triggered it when I listened to what you were just saying, he's only posting to get the engagement. He doesn't actually believe any of that crap, but he gets engagement from it. So his Twitter profile is popping off because he's making outlandish claims that instantly get rebuted, but he just keeps moving on. For instance, like the biggest ones are like, how come no planes can ever fly from Johannesburg to Sydney? They've got to go via here. And it's like, someone posts, literally the very next Twitter post is like, no, you can fly direct from Johannesburg to Sydney. Here are the flights. And then he comes back and posts another one. It's like, dude, you completely got rebuted and you haven't addressed it. And so it's just a person farming engagement for whatever the goal. Maybe advertising, maybe trying to, sell a profile or something. I don't know. But
no, I'm first of all, fuck, there's like 10 things I want to say now. Right, so the first one Okay, I can refute that because my father, and this was like written up in the papers, and he lived it, and everybody on the airplane lived it. He was part of a group of aircraft that flew nonstop around the world, and they were refueled in the air. There's aerial refueling tankers, and they would hook up to the aircraft while they were in the air.
I've seen those videos. It's pretty
They never had
gnarly.
to land.
Yeah,
right?
that's insane.
And what you did is you had two crews, and one crew would sleep while the other crew was flying, and then they'd switch off back and forth. And they flew nonstop around the planet. So, all this stuff about flat Earth is just ludicrous. If somebody wants to believe that, I'm not gonna mock them for it or make fun of them because I just don't think that's necessary. But it's like saying 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4; it equals 87. No, it doesn't. You can believe that if you want, but you're wrong.
I feel like there's so much going on there. Like now that we have, we're so deep into this social media stuff where everybody has a voice and everybody can project and make a claim, make a statement. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. Like you should all have equal. Like go back 20 years or 15 years, and it was just the mainstream television. And in Australia, we had 3 networks: Channel 7, Channel 9, Channel 10, and like they were the ones that were pumping out the content. Now we don't need to go to Channel 9, Channel 7, or Channel 10. We can just go to YouTube and find the person we want to follow, and that's wonderful. Like that's great. But what it opens up is that everybody can make a claim and also have some kind of validity behind it. So you get this point where it's like, it's so outlandish, but it needs to be considered because, well, why not? If Channel 9, Channel 7, and Channel 10 could make claims back in the 80s and it was believed, why can't someone come out and make a claim in 2023 and also be believed? And I think they should be. So we now have this kind of weird platform where everybody can take in this information and then decide, well, hold on a second, that's bullshit. And your claim, your counterclaim is also bullshit. And just thinking off one right now. So these flat earthers and this guy, this I think his name's Brock Riddler or Brock Riddock. I'll check it in a second. But anyway, he puts up this photo of like, it's like someone at a lake, and they've taken a photo of the lake, and it's like elevation 4 meters flat, and then they've got a photo from elevation in a hot air balloon 420 meters, 420. Still flat. Then they go up to like elevation 8,000 feet in a plane or 34,000 feet, whatever it is in a plane. They're like, still flat. And they put up this next one where it's like low Earth orbit, and it's like still flat. But then if someone else came back and said, and here's the photo from space, which the elevation is now whatever, like 78, we've gone from 34,000 feet to like 124,000 feet round, they're like, oh, fisheye lens. It's like, what? You just made a point with 3 photos, but yet the 4th one has to be fake? Like, so the 3 first ones, they're gotta be real, but the last one, nah, it's fake, man. That's a fisheye. That's a GoPro, right? It's distorted. And all I'm saying is, regardless of what you believe, whether it's flat or whether it's round, how about the conversation about you making your point with these arbitrary facts that can easily be debunked on either side of the equation? So you really have to like sit back and go, dude, it's just pointless gibberish at this particular point. Like nobody aside from astronauts that are up there right now on the space station, nobody has a claim to it. Doesn't matter how many photos you post. The dude that's up there looking back down goes, you dickheads, it's clearly fucking a globe. Like we can see it. Like, and they'll be like, oh no, they're not even up there. They're not even in the space station. It's so,
Yeah. Well, in this conversation,
I'll
we
pour
could
another
talk
Jack.
about this one topic for fucking days.
It's funny though. It's funny. Like it's good conversation, right? I think that's the point here.
Well, okay, so a couple points. Let's talk about that first. Yes, I agree with you that everybody has the right to express their beliefs. Yes, that's
Yep.
important.
Yep.
I have no problem with that at all.
Yep.
I'm not one of these people who wants to silence people who disagree with me.
Good.
In fact, I'm the exact opposite.
Yeah.
Because look, I'm not always right. You know, sometimes I'm wrong. I freely admit that.
Likewise.
And you don't learn from people. If everybody agrees with you, you don't learn anything. You learn from people who disagree with you and who bring
Totes.
alternate views. And then you're like, oh, I hadn't thought about that. I didn't know that. And so, yeah, there's that.
Yep.
Let's see what else. God, you made so many points there. You know, my impression, and I hesitate to even say this because I don't want to crap on anybody's beliefs. You know, people believe all kinds of stuff, right? And they're entitled. Everybody's entitled to believe whatever they want. You know, as long as it doesn't cause physical or mental harm to anybody, then I don't have a problem with it. You can believe whatever the hell you want.
It's pretty fair.
But the preponderance of evidence, the vast majority of evidence from eyewitness accounts from all the astronauts, and it's not just American astronauts, from Russia and China and people from all over the fucking planet have been to space and they've circled the globe.
Yeah.
So, you know, but I guess they're all liars.
They're all in on it, man. They're all part of the ruse, eh?
Okay, so then the next question is, okay, so what's the point of that? Why? What is so important about whether the Earth is a globe or flat?
That's a good point. Yeah.
You know,
what difference does it make?
Yeah, I've never understood that. It's like,
well, you know what they'll say? They'll say, well, if they've lied to you about that, then they've lied to you about this, and then this, and then this, and it's like, and are you suggesting that all the governments are in cahoots here? They're all working towards one goal? That's not how the Earth seems to work.
I've heard people say that.
Imagine Russia, and imagine all of the different nations that have been to space are all like, hey, by the way, let's try to trick everybody. Like, just everybody that's been up there, from here on in, we're just gonna tell them. We're gonna just make a big gag, just for shits and giggles, just to all be in on it, and they'll be like, oh yeah, we're all in on that. They're not gonna be in on it. They don't work together.
Hey, Peter.
Hey, Peter.
We're over here. Yeah, I mean, it's just so ludicrous, you know. Yeah. So
it's and every time I see, I'll find this person. I'll tell you the name of the channel or the Twitter handle, because they always post in the morning, like when I check my Twitter feed, they always say, "Good morning, you beautiful unvaxxed flat earthers." And it's like, wow, that's a big claim. So everybody that believes the Earth is flat also didn't get vaxxed? Well, I reckon there's probably some crew that got vaxxed that also believe the Earth is flat. But if you go by what they're saying, oh, you can't do that. You can't have got vaccinated and also consider that the Earth is flat, because that's outlandish, right?
And see, right, and that's another like pet peeve of mine, is all these people who like want to group up together, and it's like, you know, now you're either part of my group, or, because I've talked about this before in your call-ins, either you're at the in crowd, you're either with me or you're against me, and if you don't agree with me, then you're my enemy. Ugh, it's such a childish. It reminds me of like kindergartners on the playground fighting over, you know, whether Sally likes Joe better than Steve, you know.
Do you know what the irony is? The first time now that we're talking, I've gone into Twitter and I can't find that profile. Like I've scrolled down, and normally it's straight up, but it's for the first time ever, it's not here.
He was watching this stream and he freaked out and is like, "Oh fuck, I better delete this. They're the feds."
He's not watching.
How many times I've been called a federal agent, dude? I shit you not.
You're a federal agent? I mean,
Yeah,
you could be though. Like, who knows?
Oh shit! Did I just say that out loud? Damn it! Blew my
Dude,
cover.
the handle starts with Brock. but it's just not coming up. Like and I don't want to search for it because then it will tell me. You know how Twitter works. Once you start searching for something, then you start seeing it more often. So I don't want to search for it, but here it is. Brock Riddock. This is the handle. Brock Riddock. Brock Riddick. R-I-D-D. Riddick. Brock Riddick. Okay, so this post was 19 hours ago. Why do we need cell towers every 3 miles if the president could call the moon in 1969? This kind of shit, like that's literally what he's posted. It's like, dude, it's a different technology to start with. They're not using cellular to relay information back and from the moon. You idiot! But that he posted, and when you read it, you're like, that's a good point. That's a good point. Why do we need cell towers every 3 miles? You know?
Well, you just answered it because it's a completely different technology.
Yeah, but on the surface, that looks like a valid point, and that's why people get to it and they go, "Oh, this guy's pretty smart," you know, like he's got all the answers. Maybe we should listen to what he's saying, and then.
Okay, so here's another observation, and I hesitate to say some of this stuff because I really don't. I don't mean to ridicule anybody. It's not my intention to hurt anybody's feelings or ridicule their beliefs because
Okay.
for a lot of these people, it's almost like a religion. You know what I mean? And I try not to go there. I don't want to crap on anybody's beliefs. So I
That's
have to
fair.
be
Yeah,
a little careful on what I say. But
Yeah.
at some point, it does just sort of become ridiculous. One of the things I've noticed early on is the kind of people who hold a lot of these beliefs tend to fall in a couple of different categories. One is people who frankly aren't terribly intelligent, frankly.
Okay.
They think they are, but they're not. They probably didn't do very well in science when they were young. So there's that group. There's another group who is paranoid of everything. You know, the government's out to get me type, you know, the conspiracy theory, you know, types. You know what I'm talking about?
Right. Yep. So they're already like pre-aligned to being very receptive to those messages.
Right. Now it does get tricky because there's been a lot of interesting stuff come out recently with things about UFOs, for example. But the thing is you have to remember the word UFO, that those letters UFO, that just stands for unidentified flying object. That doesn't mean it's little green men from outer space. That just means that there was something that we could not identify.
Yeah.
And
for sure.
And there's so many things that can fall into that category. So it's just, I don't know. Like I said, people can believe what they want, but my take on it is I follow the science and the facts, and to me it's just blatantly obvious what's going on with most of this stuff. Not everything. There are some things that are intriguing. Look, it's a big fucking universe, right? And we're just tiny little specks. So anybody who claims that they know the truth about anything, it's like, no, you don't. You think you do, but you don't. And I fall into that category as well. I mean, you know, I have my beliefs, but that doesn't mean I'm right. So
are the stars?
It's good to question yourself, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, for sure. Keep yourself alert. Are the stars real, or are they just lights in the sky?
No, please. That's, yeah. Stars are just what we like the sun. It's this massive ball of hydrogen and helium gas, and it's a fusion reactor that pumps out massive amounts of energy. And if those blobs of energy didn't exist, none of us would exist, because without the sun there's no plants, there's no animals, there's no anything.
No flora or fauna.
Right.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't think, well, none of us have the answer, but yet, as you said, science and hard evidence from those that have been into space, that should be enough, right? Like,
not for me.
It's enough for me. The other thing too is like, and even if it's not enough, what difference does it actually make at the level that we are, like in 2023, where I mean, there's Elon Musk talks about like populating Mars and all that stuff. That's generations away. Where we are right now, with high-speed fiber internet and MP3 files and the beautiful stuff that we've got, it's enough for us, right? We don't need anything else. Do we need to colonize Mars? Not yet. In the future, maybe. But for your life, my life, and the vast majority of the rest of the people that are around us, it's not going to make any difference. So you can argue and you can post those inane tweets and shit, but ultimately you still got to get up in the morning and do your shit and go about life and enjoy it. And I personally would rather just get up and go surfing and enjoy myself instead of trying to like work out why we're here, who planted us here, and what the big conspiracy is, and all that other shit. It's already complex.
I want to mow the lawn and go fishing.
Right on, there you go. That's it. It's too complex as it is, right? Like, why make it even more complex? Just enjoy life. Just enjoy yourselves.
Yeah, and you just hit on something super important actually, which I totally agree with, and that is, I think one of the things that bothers me about so many of these people who come off as being what I consider paranoid, they live in fear, constant fear of somebody's out to get them, and somebody's lying to them, and somebody's manipulating them, and somebody.
Yeah.
The problem that I see with that is it's like people, and I have people who I care about who buy into some of this stuff, right? And I guess I can't relate to it because first of all, I don't agree with them, but also I see the corrosive effect it has on their lives, their day-to-day lives, and they're missing out on the beauty and the joy that's all around them, whether it's sitting and listening to some music on vinyl or vinyl streams, or
Nice.
hanging out with somebody in an IRL stream, watching them, do their job and share the glory of New Zealand with us, or because they're so caught up in their negative energy stuff that I don't know, man. You're missing it. You're fucking blowing it. So,
And it's not a good way to live, because if
No.
you're constantly anxious and constantly on the defensive, well, when does that allow you to just actually be?
Yeah.
Like be you and live, instead of like trying to decipher everything, which, I mean, we've all got a certain level of intellect, and we're not all fucking Einstein. We're not all going to be able to understand everything.
Right.
But as long as you can, and as long as you can be happy, but I guess maybe this keeps these dudes happy. Maybe that's what gets them happy. Maybe enticing all this shit like this guy on Twitter, maybe that's what makes him happy. That's true. That's fair, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I get your point. It's interesting. I'll have to ponder that a little bit.
It's like
which
just bringing it back to the trolling. It's like when people trolled me back in the D-Live days, I think, and you probably heard me say this, but one of the biggest questions I had was like, why? Like, why are you spending all your time?
Yeah, what are you getting out of it?
Yeah, like they're watching a channel they hate. The guy that called in that time that wants to come over and like beat my head in with a pole and all that, like you're spending all this time doing something you don't like. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's like working. Like, you're going to the factory to stuff boxes. You hate it, but you do it. You're willingly going to this stream to hate watch. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, okay, so a couple things. You've heard the phrase "misery loves company,"
right?
right? So basically what that means, what I take that to mean is that, look, there are people out there who, for whatever reason, maybe their parents, maybe their dad, maybe they don't even know who their father was, right? And so they were born into a family and their dad disappeared because he just got some woman pregnant and disappeared.
Right.
Maybe their mom was a alcoholic or a junkie or something, and so they had a shitty childhood, and they grew up in a bad environment in a bad neighborhood, and or whatever their life situation might be, right? So let's just kind of explore that for a minute. I can't relate to that because I mean my childhood wasn't wonderful, but it was, I think, pretty average. It was a mixture of wonderful and not so wonderful. But as you become an adult, we all are given this amazing blessing of observation and learning and free will and choices, and we can all decide how to live our lives, within obviously certain parameters. There's no such thing as absolute freedom. There's no such, you don't hear much about slavery anymore, thank God, because that was an evil thing. So I guess the point that I'm trying to make is, at some point, it's up to each of us, no matter what we went through, because I've seen and heard many, 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 many stories of people who grew up in extreme poverty, in crappy environments and shitty neighborhoods, and they've gone on to be wonderful, amazing, productive human beings. And I've heard the exact opposite.
Yeah.
I've heard the exact opposite, where people are, raised in a wealthy, privileged, quote unquote, their parents had it made and they went to the best schools, and they're just complete assholes. All right.
Yeah. Oh,
those are choices you make.
It's funny you should say that, because I was gonna cut in, but I'm glad I didn't. But I was gonna cut in and say that these guys that came from like a messed up family and an alcoholic mother and all that, that's none of that's their fault. Like they didn't choose that, but yet that's their situation. But then you went on to clarify that, well, you can bring yourself out of that shit and you can rise above it. And I guess that's what makes someone something, if they can do that. If you come from hard times and troubles and you can get something out of that and learn from it, then you've achieved something.
My take on it also, I mean, these are the kind of conversations I fucking love having, these conversations with you, by the way. Thank you so much for asking me to call in, because I love these.
Hey, rewind. I didn't ask, you volunteered.
Well, you know what I mean. You've always said the door's always open.
The door is always open.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pour myself another drink and take a leak, and you have the floor till I get back, okay?
All right, and then yeah, okay, cool.
All right, I'll be back in a minute.
No sweat. So just to dovetail off that, I'll bump Dale out while he's gone for a slash. Just to continue, I guess, hitting the points. It's not like anybody chooses their plot in life. Everybody. You're born, you don't have any say in it, right? So like, you get what you're given, and what you make of what you're given, that's the thing called life. You've got to decide, you've got to go down that journey, and man, this is getting really deep, isn't it? But you've got to be able to assess what you see in front of you and around you and make decisions that's going to impact or direct your life. And if you choose, and this goes back to the trolls, if you choose to spend all of your time fucking hating something to the point where you watch them and you follow and you, in many cases, you pay to have the benefit of trolling them, you've then got to consider, well, what is your existence? What is your actual life looking like? Because that's kind of lame. Like, you could do 100 better things with your time. Pick up a guitar, learn to play guitar. Go surfing, take a walk, go on a hike, observe nature, study flora, study fauna. Do anything that's going to make you a better person as opposed to hate watching or trying to spark up some kind of negative vibe just because that makes you happy. So I mean, and bringing it right back around, like all the way back, it's intriguing that we've seen a little bit of this here on Kick, because I copped a lot of this on DLive, to the point where I feel like I went through a certain phase of my streaming career, if you like, where I engaged the trolls and I enjoyed trying to like dissect it. And then I moved past that to a point where it's like, well, these guys are obviously fucking dickheads, and I don't want to waste my time anymore. You know, when you're beginning streaming, you fight against technology, you fight against poor internet connectivity, you fight against trying to build an audience and blah 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 blah. The last thing you want to fight against is some dickhead in the chat trying to troll you. So I've come to the other side of that where I'm like, nah, I'm not taking any of that shit. And it definitely on a new platform like Kick, when we just saw it earlier in this chat. Hey, by the way, Dale, let me know, because you don't have a screen, I can't see when you're back. Let me know in the chat when you're back, because I can't. It looks the same as when you were here. Yeah, I'm not going to take that shit on Kick, because
I wrote this script.
He's back. He's back. There you go. Yeah, man, your screen looks the same whether you're here or not. So I could have been rambling over the top of you. I wrote this script, dude. I gotta say, my little spiel there when you were out getting a refreshing Jack, which I'll also add to mine.
Cheers, mate.
I'm gonna do it right now. I saw a post on Facebook from Creaky. So you just played his script. I saw a post from him, and I think Gives a Minute, my Gives a Minute profile follows Creaky, and I saw a post, and I'm so glad I didn't respond, but the post was he was at like some event which he was hosting, and he was talking about how all these people in attendance are now, they've got the skills to do the viral, and what's his company called, Virality or Virable. And he was posting up that, like these people are now all equipped to go viral. And I sat there, this is last night when I boozed up pretty hard last night because it's my night off. And I watched this Batman film. I'll tell you about that in a second. Anyway, I almost responded with a comment saying, now just show them the links to all the viral videos you have and you're good. And I almost posted it, and then I sat back. I think I went to the bathroom. When I came back, I was like, I'm not going to post that, because he doesn't need to know that I've seen this. Like, it's not my personal profile that saw it. It's Gives a Minute that saw it. So, by the way, why is Gives a Minute on Facebook still following Creaky? That's something I should address and fix. But either way, I'm thankful that I pulled the pin and didn't post it, even though the point was valid. You know, this guy's pitching this viral crap, but he's not viral. But yet he's making his business based upon a concept that he believes in, but he hasn't proven. So that was my point. But
okay, so can I interject for a moment?
Go ahead.
All right, I've never heard of Creaky before until you showed that one of your recent streams. You showed that I wrote this script thing, right? And I have to say, I mean, like, I don't really like crapping on people, and that's not my intention. That's not what I'm doing. It was just my observation. But that was horrible. I mean, it was like, seriously, this guy somehow has managed to get large sums of money from corporations, apparently, and, you know, trains and teaches people about how to go viral, and I do not get that at all, because that video, and I maybe it was just a fluke because that was the only one I've ever seen. But that was, fuck, I could do that. I could do a better job than that.
It's all over the internet though, like all over YouTube.
get it,
There's dudes like Creaky that are promoting. I've got the secrets. I've got the keys. I've got the tech. I've got the know-how to make you go viral. If you want to be a viral sensation on the internet, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, whatever the threads, whatever the thing is, I've got the secret sauce. And that's
there was a thing like 150 years ago called snake oil salesman, and they would travel from town to town, and they would sell this like concoction of, you know, oil and herbs, and, you know, maybe it tasted good, probably had some alcohol in it and whatever to give you a nice buzz, and they'd sell that as like this tonic that would cure everything that, you know, if you had cancer, if you were whatever, and they were good salesmen. But he's not even a good salesman. It was like, oh my god, this is horrible.
Creaky has a history, quite a sketchy history. There's well, I mean, if you search it up, you can find it. But he had a so he's a journalist that used to be on one of the bigger networks in Australian television, one of the run-of-the-mill rubbish current affairs programs. You know the style where some mechanic in the back of fucking Whoop Whoop is ripping off customers, and we're going to go and confront him. That was Creaky, Jonathan Creaky. He was working for a big program in Australia. Turns out he was also embezzling money, and he got caught, and he got barred, and he got banned, and he got sacked. And so his existence post that shit going down on Today Tonight, the show he was working for, once all that came out, he's been trying to like grasp himself back out of this shitty situation that he put himself in by using YouTube as the mechanism to somehow become relevant, by proving he has the foresight and the knowledge because of all of his years' experience in the television industry, which he then ripped off, to be a viral superstar. But yet he hasn't got his own viral video. That's the conflicting thing. If he could say, "Here's my portfolio," like if you were looking for a photographer and you want to bring a guy to come and do a shoot, you'd like, "Show me your work."
Yeah, great analogy.
He hasn't got the work. Like, he hasn't got it. He hasn't got a viral video, but he has all. And he did a TEDx talk, and like that's just, to me, this TEDx talk is just proof that TEDx will take anybody as long as they can string together a fucking sentence for X amount of time. They'll take you, because they didn't even do the research. They didn't check out that. Dude, what's your talk on? Virality. You're talking about how to be viral on YouTube? Oh, great, man. Yeah, when can you come down? Come down to TEDx and we'll put you. Yeah, we're going to do you on the 7th of June. Come on down. You've got 9 minutes. You can't read it off cards. You got to memorize it. You're good to go. Not one of those dudes actually researched Jonathan Creek and said, "Hold on a second. He's talking about how to go viral. He's got no viral behind him. He's got no viral videos. They didn't even bother doing that." So
yeah, well,
so he pitches it like, "Oh, I'm a TEDx talker. I've got my own book. I've got my own this." Dude, you don't have. It's like saying, it's like a chef who's never fucking turned the stove on. Hey, you haven't actually been in the kitchen. So it's and when I called it out, the looks of dismay from our crew, like the guys we were involved in, was like, "Oh, you can't call out Jonathan Creek." It's like, why not? Like, what's he? What? He's trying to tell us how to go viral. He's not viral. Like it's not. It's so simple.
Challenge everything. Challenge everything.
But that's that's a basic. That's the basic challenge. That's not. I didn't have to go deep for that. I was like, dude, this is the most simple challenge. You're telling us how you're making your life, your business is based upon something that you haven't done. You're making a business on how to go viral, but you haven't gone viral.
And
That's
that
ridiculous.
and that's when you know, and I'm not gonna talk about a particular person here. I'm just making a general point, but I've seen it over and over and over again, and I'm not alone. I'm sure you have too. You know, con man. If you're good at spewing bullshit,
Hmm.
then you're gonna get views and likes and donations, and you'll achieve some level of notoriety and popularity. Doesn't mean you're right. It just means you're good at lying.
You're
you
a
know?
salesman. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny though, because like I went through in my YouTube career, I went through a period of believing, not Creaky, but believing people like him, that they had the source, the secret source. These guys, and one of them in particular, Daryl Eves. He's a big name. He's the dude that did this massively, right? Like Creaky's like on a scale like this. Daryl Eves is like, he's like the top of the scale. And I met him. I met him in person. He came out to do a talk at VidCon Australia, whatever the year it was. I can't 2015 or 2016 or something. Anyway, I approached him out of the blue. Like I just saw him in the foyer or up above the elevator or something, and I went up and went, "Oh, Daryl Eves. Wow, man. Hey." And I got to tell you, man, this guy was so standoffish. Like he was very, very cautious about, because I said, "I want to put you in my vlog. Can I have a conversation with you? Can I interview you on a spot? Like not an interview, but can I have a conversation?" And he was like, "Oh, no, well," and his wife, who runs the business, was like in the background like this, and I'm like, "Dude, you're Daryl Eves. You're the guy who's made apparently thousands of channels go viral because you have all the secrets to YouTube." So here I am at a YouTube conference. We're at VidCon. You're here. I'm here. Can't you be who you are and just like riff with me and pick up your guitar and just start strumming? We're in the same place together. Let's go. And he's like, oh. And he's like, "Where's it gonna go? What's it gonna?" And I'm like, "It's gonna go on my YouTube channel. You know, YouTube, right? The thing that you base your business around." He's like, "Oh, I've got 100 channels that I've made viral." I was like, "Yeah, okay. What about your channel though?" "Oh no, my channel is sort of sitting pretty at whatever." It's like, "Yeah, okay. So you're selling a product." And I feel like if I had said to him, "Hey man, can I sign up to your program on the spot? You know, I'll sign up right now on the spot with PayPal, and then can we have an interview?" I'm sure he would have been like, Let's go.
Yeah. Well, and you just pretty much nailed it. And this is where you get into the whole cult follower, cult leader thing. You know as well as I do that there are lots of people online that are sort of leaders, if that's a thing, and followers, and that's their deal. And look, again, I just want to be clear about this. I'm going to keep saying this over and over again because I really do. I'm not trying to offend anybody, but what I see online, and I've only been online really with the whole streaming thing for the past 6 to 7 years, so it's still sort of new to me. I know there are people who've been on for 20 or more.
You started on You Now, didn't you?
I started on Stream Me.
Oh, Stream.me. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Sorry, I get those two mixed up. Yeah.
But I learned very fast. It was a steep learning curve, as they say. You know, I see a lot of these people. They're just in it for they just want what they consider some level of fame, and if they can get a piece of fortune, that's even better. And it kind of ties into crypto a bit, which maybe we shouldn't even get into. But
crypto, you want to go there, do you?
Well, I just threw that out there, you know. And yeah, I see a lot of that, and you know, if that's what other people are interested in, that's fine. It's it doesn't interest me at all. I find it yeah.
Can I got to take another slash because I've had this, Jack, but I want to come back and talk about what you just kind of
alluded to.
Yeah, like I wanted to sort of like work out how that, like the intersection of friendships, because like if you've got you said you got to call this shit out, and if you don't call it out, whatever, but it directly affected friendships when it got called out, and that's kind of what I want to talk about. I'll collect my thoughts. Yeah.
No, that's it. Yeah, let's do it.
So how it affects friendships. I'll collect my thoughts. I'll take a slash. Come back. You got the floor.
Okay. Don't lose your train of thought. Oof. Wow. Okay, so we got 17 viewers and nobody's talking in chat. Come on. Lots of lurkers. I mean, look, if you want to lurk, that's fine. I get it. But seriously, I mean, this isn't that interesting, is it? It's just, oh, fucking Hendrik. What it do? What it do, Skipper? It's good to see you, man. It's really good to see you. Fuck, if you want to join the call-in too, that would be great. I'm on my 4th win, so I don't know how much longer I can stay, but I'm good right now. I've been awake for nearly 24 hours, and for me, that's a long haul. But I'm hanging in there. There she is. Hey, Gloria, look at that. Calling Gloria. Yeah. Good on you, mate. It's good to see Hendrik.
Fucking love you, bitch.
And this kind of ties into a little bit about like what Benon was alluding to just before he had to go take a leak and pour another drink or whatever. How all this stuff online affects friendships, and that's actually probably a really important thing that we should talk about, because that interests me as well. You know, because a lot of this stuff, it can cause some real issues with friendships. You know, people disagree, and you get into people wanting to. Well, I'm just gonna leave that alone for right now. But anyway, so Benon, what was your thought before you got up?
Okay, so yeah, you were touching it as I came back, and I guess when you were mentioning, can't quite exactly remember what it was you were mentioning. Hold on a second. I got to check if there's Jack in this alcohol. There is Jack in the alcohol.
I think there might be a little bit, yeah.
By the way, H-Man, good to see you, man. Hello. Hey, Hendrik, how you going?
Hey, Hendrik, if you want to call in, right?
I mean, yeah, but like we'll have to put a cap on it at some point. But Hendrik, if you want to call in, you're welcome to. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. I see Gloria in the chat there. So yeah, I guess what I was sort of trying to like get towards was like everybody has the right to do what they want to do, of course. Right. Like and I'm specifically thinking about YouTube specifically. So my YouTube channel has gone through, I guess, a 3 or 4 different like cycles. I mean, I'm just thinking off the bat. The first cycle would obviously be the snorkel masks. That's the biggest sort of cycle. Then there's also the Scooter Brad sort of cycle. Then there's this live streaming, Creator Cast, Danny Black, Jay Boston, all that stuff. Now there's this 4th cycle where I'm a little bit more. I see H-Man. I'll bring you in a sec, H-Man. I'm now more at that point where I'm like, okay, I understand this landscape that is YouTube, and I'm willing and I'm ready, and I'm consciously deciding to do what I want to do on YouTube. But to go back to this Creaky and this Daryl Eves kind of conversation, everybody can do whatever they want, but when somebody in your cycle or your circle of friends sort of stops up and says, hold on a second, man. Like, didn't you just say black was black, but now black is red? You were saying it was black before, and now it's red? That doesn't, like, come on, man. Like, what? Explain yourself. That conversation shouldn't end a relationship, in my mind, because unless we're all yes men, and unless we're all willing to, like, smoke each other no matter what we do, then we all have the wherewithal to be able to say, hold on a second, man, I'm going to call you on that, and here's my reasons. But in my experience, and I'm sure Hendrik will be able to address this as well, but in my experience, that's not been the way it has been at all. It's like when you call someone on something, it's almost like the door just gets closed and there's no conversation. Yeah. Friendships end. Creatorcast died. Danny Black, who's been here in this very place, we're no longer friends. Him and his wife, we nothing. Like, he was here, man. Him and his wife were here. We'd have nothing. Like, we're so far apart now because I called. It's fucked, eh?
Can I respond to that before you bring Hendrik in?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
All right, just real quick. So this goes into what I was going to mention earlier, and that's the word that you and I both have used many times, and that's integrity. All right.
Dude, I called it. I called that word and got shamed for it.
Well, so there's that, because I don't see a whole lot of that online.
YouTube is rife with unintegrity. What's the opposite of integrity? Disintegrity.
Disintegrity, is that a new word? Disintegrity.
Hey, Waffle Scratch, how you doing?
Yeah, so there's that, and then just real quickly, the whole friendship thing, and because I've experienced my own, and that's probably a conversation for a whole, that we could do an entire call-in on just that. But yeah, I don't even know. I'm trying to keep this brief. My circle of friends, look, I'm very extroverted. I'm very outgoing, like you are, right? I'm very. I reach out to people. I love connecting with people. I love learning new things, all that kind of stuff. But my journey online has been interesting, kind of like riding waves in an ocean. And right now I'm at a point where I'm just kind of like, you know what, I'm just going to kind of hang out over here in the tidal pool where it's nice and calm, and hang out with some people that I'm close with, and because there's so much wild shit that just does not resonate with me at all. And if that's their thing, that's fine. It sucks that you had some people over to your home that were close to you and now they want nothing to do with you. I can totally relate to that.
Not just here either, but also up in Janali, 2 places, twice.
Well, yeah, so it just, and then I'm sure you've asked yourself this many times. It's like, why? What? I mean, really?
Yeah.
I mean,
strange.
Did I really somehow cause harm to you? Because it wasn't intentional. I didn't mean to hurt you. So what the fuck?
It's a complex kind of confusion. A complex confusion. Yeah.
And I think Hendrik would add some good stuff to this. So maybe
speaking of H-Man, let's bring him in. There he
Flo.
is. Yo, the H-Man.
Hello.
How you doing, man?
You?
Good to see you, buddy.
Not too bad. I kind of need context for what you're talking about. So I'm starting to get the drift of it, but what started the conversation and what's it all about?
It's a little mismatched. We're kind of waffling a lot, but I guess the point we're at right now is like, how does someone having a differing opinion end a friendship? I guess that's what I was going for. Like, why should that end a friendship?
So basically, it was harking back to Creatorcast, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that was my reference point. Creatorcast.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, shit. My opinion on it.
Yeah, but it's interesting. Like you can be a fan of CreatorCast and you can still watch all the channels, but yet it seems like those people that were involved, like the actual panel, can't have a differing of opinions, but yet the viewers can, because you still. I mean, I don't know how much you watch Jay anymore because he's not producing anything, but you were for a long time. You were watching both Jay, Danny, and myself. So why can the viewer continue
and Scotty
and Scotty, right? Yeah, like why can't the creators on that panel also have differing opinions and still be a panel? Like, I don't get that.
Well, that's what the panel is supposed to be all about, anyway.
Right? Yeah, fully. Yeah.
You know, like how many podcasts do you see where everybody agrees? You know,
that's a boring podcast. Hey, there's some light in the subject.
Yeah. So that's an interesting one.
You do have a nice haircut, though, Hendrik. Waffle Scratch said it. You got a nice haircut. You look good, man.
Oh, cheers! I got straight out of bed.
Fucking,
so
you
haven't brushed it yet.
So wait, let me get this straight. Hendrik's got bedhead. Nice.
That's the shit.
See, my bedhead looks very different, but anyway.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Well, no, I did go to the shop as well. So, but yeah. Yes, I mean, I don't know if that's the issue. Like, I mean, a bigger issue is like online trolling and also, you know, like disagreements where people outright start fighting. And
Yeah, I agree totally. Go ahead, Hendrik.
yeah, so I mean, like we're seeing that like at the moment, like on DLive and YouTube. So
yeah.
DLive?
Yeah, so,
what
oh yeah, it's been some intense shit on DLive, dude.
Oh shit, really? I've missed it. Give me the heads up. What have I missed?
Hendrik, you can go first.
Who's fighting who? Is that Chateau de Cardboard, H-Man?
Let's be careful with
Cheers, buddy.
names, please.
Well, should we end it? Should we end the DLive stream and just continue on Kick?
It's your call, but
I've got less than 5 viewers on DLive. It's easy enough to just end
I
it.
probably also want to kill the YouTube if that's running.
Oh, YouTube. I killed that ages ago. Yeah, I killed that ages ago.
Because he was being trolled.
Oh, really?
That was from Kick, Dale. That was from Kick. That wasn't YouTube.
What? Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
They were the Botrix follows. But I'll happily end it on DLive if you want me to. There's no one over there.
Yeah, might as well.
All right.
Safe and sorry.
Here we go. I'm just going to end it on DLive. By the way, if you're watching on DLive, yeah, not anymore. It's over. Done. It's off.
I took all your lemons already, so.
Dale's lemon farm.
Yeah.
Dale's living his father's life. You told us before your father was farming avocados for a while. Dale's got a lemon farm right now.
Yeah, I'm wealthy. I've got 49 lemons.
Lemons and limes.
I'm gonna retire now.
The audio mixer in OBS.
Oh shit! No, you can't retire. You're 20 lemons short.
So
mate.
I go ahead and
yeah.
So go ahead, Hendrik. What could you not say before when we were on DLive? Because now we're on just on Kick.
You probably do know this story. Like it's been going on for a few weeks. So a certain GP on DLive.
Yeah.
I don't know who you're talking about, unless it's Crazy K-Man.
Let us
another GP.
Let us walk you through this in our own way, Benin, please.
Okay, sorry. I need shoes. I need footprints. I need socks. I don't have any footwear.
We'll get there. You'll figure it out.
All right. Give me some clues. You don't want to say their name, so give me some clues so I can decipher.
So basically, a certain GP has been like criticizing and making disparaging comments about a lady on DLive. And she's not taking it.
Net Donna?
No.
Oh, okay.
And
good morning.
She's not taking it, and she's making response videos on YouTube.
Well,
Oh wow,
it's
really?
not
I've-
it's not her that's making the response videos. It's somebody else who, yeah.
Fuck me, I'm missing this
She
shit.
uploads them though.
I want to see who hang on. A female.
Benin, you were streaming sometime in the past week or so, and 'cause I wasn't there, unfortunately. I was asleep, and a person popped into your stream, and they were showing a GP on D Live. This person wasn't interacting in the first half of your stream at all. They just popped in, and they were like, with a link, and watch this, and it was a video of a D Live GP, and because this person was all about their agenda and wanting attention
On my
had nothing to do
stream?
with- yeah. And,
I'm drawing a blank.
I think.
I can't remember. I can't recall that. You sure that was my stream?
I'm
Because you can't post links in my chat here on Kick.
I'm positive. And in fact, you even were like, are you trolling me? And then you banned the person, and then another person sort of went to bat for them, and so you then unbanned that person. I watched the replay.
Oh, that dude. Oh.
Yeah, please don't mention any names, please.
I'm drawing a blank on their name, but I remember the scenario now. Yeah, there was a dude.
Yeah.
You're saying it's a female.
Well, so anyway,
I can't remember the video.
There's been a lot of drama going on, which is typical to people, and to me, I just find the whole thing tedious. I'm doing my best to stay out of it, but my
Cab
take on it-
7 Ben. It was Cab 7 Ben. That's the GP you're talking about. Cab skis.
Well, my take on the whole thing.
I remember.
That all these people that are involved in all this they're all.
Sorry, it's just all connecting now. The accusation was that, because this is good to put it out there for everybody else that doesn't know what the fuck we're talking about. But the accusation, if I remember correctly, was that Cab 7 Ben was using some kind of old school, almost like chest farming to better themselves on that leaderboard. Not the fortune wheel, but the other leaderboard. By donating
the lemon leaderboard, yeah.
Yeah. I remember.
That was an aspect of it. That was a part of it.
I'll be completely honest.
It's a small part of it, actually.
Is that a small factor? But when
I think the disparaging remarks about that woman were probably the big thing.
Was it about Flo?
No.
Okay.
I don't think even knows about what's going on.
I can't remember who the woman is, but I can definitely remember that the accusation was alleged against Kabsky. I'm sure of that. But I'll look, to put this out in all honesty, I haven't thought about that since that happened, and I'm so far removed from it just because of my job.
To be honest with you, I'm the same. I don't think about it unless Dale and I talk about it, and also unless it pops up on my YouTube.
Yeah,
which it did this morning.
It doesn't. Oh, okay. So I don't follow those people on YouTube, so I don't know who you're referring to. But for me, I work so much. I don't. When I stream on Kick, so I'm banned from the D Live Discord, so I don't see any of that shit anyway. So
I don't even look at it anymore. I'm just so bored with the Discord.
Do you know what I did see? And I'm going to report this on my D Live on August 1 video. They've ended the D Live protocol. Justin Sun always said the future of live streaming is decentralized blockchain streaming. That is D Live protocol. And now the D Live protocol Discord, it's closed. It's over.
Yeah. Well,
there you go. I mean, my suspicion, I know Dale disagrees with me, but my suspicion is that Justin Sun is gone. He's no longer part of D Live.
Oh, that's been for ages, hasn't it? What was the other dude's name? Botox? Botrick? No, Boding.
Botox.
Bang Ding. Bing Bong. Bing Bang. That guy, right?
Bing Bang.
ding dong.
The guy, right? You know who I'm talking about.
Bang King.
Bing Bong. No, his name was Bing Bang.
Yes, that's right. Bing
It
Bang.
was.
I-
It was
I do
Bing
recall
Bang.
That. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
He's the CEO of DLive, apparently.
Yeah.
Dude, look, okay, so just on that real quick, and this is just my opinion, I could be wrong, I don't know, but so Justin Sun is under scrutiny from the Securities and Exchange Commission of the United States.
Yeah.
Justin Sun is
Well, a
super
bit more than
sketchy.
scrutiny.
He's a
Well,
sketchy.
So
oh,
the way to avoid that is to distance yourself
Distance
from the
yourself.
corporation. Yeah. So what you do
Yeah.
is you appoint somebody else as the CEO, and you step back,
Yes.
and you're the puppet master behind the scenes. So,
if you've got any BTT on DLive, get the fuck out of there.
well, yeah. If you've got any BTT on DLive, then
Jesus, man.
Speaking
mean-
of puppet masters,
Oh, here comes Gloria. I can feel Gloria.
I was wondering if he was going to get that reference.
Where is Gloria in the chat?
hello,
Yeah,
hello,
and like
how you
and like
doing,
Flo,
everybody?
and like Flo says, he's on the run from various governments too. It's not just the United States. Yeah.
Yeah, fully. Yeah, he's a sketchy dude.
Yeah,
eh?
I mean, yeah, it's sketchy. I mean, DLive is small for us. I mean, I'm sure that the SEC, like investigation slash accusation slash indictment, has nothing to do with DLive. It's all about like his platforms, like his crypto platforms,
He's the Tron
Yeah,
network.
you're
Tron,
definitely on the right.
BTT.
You're on the right track there, Hendrik.
Yeah, but I mean, when DLive is literally based on the Tron blockchain, and so all the transactions and all the validation of the chain is what they're working towards, then you have to look at it. Jesus, Gloria's drinking your wine, Henrik. What? Get out of there.
Slap.
Yeah. Look, I've got like this mixed bag of feelings for DLive and the Tron and Justin Sun, because it got me interested in crypto. That was my doorway into crypto, and I'm really happy with what I've got now in terms of a crypto portfolio because of DLive. Hey,
Yeah.
Thanks, Dale. Cheers, man. You cracked another one.
Yeah, this is going to be my final one for tonight.
Fair enough. And I
I
got
thought there was a sound effect, like a kick sound effect.
it
I'm not sure
was.
if they come through. I'm not
No,
sure if they come through on
It was, and
Studio.
it does come through on Studio.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Flosky in the chat. Flosky says DLive was how we all connected. Most of us, yeah. And like, I'm not going to downplay that, because it was, for me personally, it was a very good. It was a very. It was the perfect timing to get me involved in cryptocurrency, for sure. And I've got to thank DLive for that, because that was my, like, you guys saw me do it live. We'll do it live. I got my 30,000 USD from the Lino, and I bought Bitcoin, and we bought a little hex. Did it? Yeah, it's all. If anything, it showed me that this is cryptocurrency, and this is what's to be avoided in cryptocurrency. Justin Sun and his fucking Tron ecosystem, get the fuck out of there. Don't engage in that shit. It's all lame. Get out of there.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I've forgotten the context of the article, but like last week I did Google, like news on Justin Sun. And there was a lot of mention on that Poloniex. On that exchange.
Oh, his exchange, yeah, he's got that Poloniex exchange, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's under scrutiny as well.
Does that have its own token though? I don't know if it's got its own token.
I don't know. No idea.
No. Yeah. Either way, like I still think that there's an open market for a live streaming platform to have some kind of cryptocurrency some kind of governance, some kind of decentralized exchange. That's calling, right? There is a massive market opening for that. And I was
Governments absolutely hate decentralized shit.
Of course
We
they
all
do.
know that.
Of course they do. They hate it. But that's why it's calling. Like that's why we need it, because we have. I was hoping Kick would have. We're in beta right now. Oh wow, that didn't work. Dale,
that glitched. What the fuck?
oh, you know what that is? I probably didn't set it long enough to I'll fix that, man. Yeah, that.
Oh, you got new sounds, haven't you?
I got heaps of new sounds. I'll just check that one
Yeah, well,
myself.
I'm in Restream, so like, and
I'm not like some madman.
It does work. I don't know why it didn't work. Try it again, Dale.
Did you end up setting up the you said like briefly, like on one of your streams, that you'd set up the Smoke Me a Kipper?
Go to the shop.
I'm not like some madman.
Go to the
There it
shop,
is.
Hendrik. Go to the shop.
It worked that time.
Yeah, it didn't. The first time it didn't work. That's weird. Yeah. Sorry.
I'm not some madman.
I'm not some madman. Now, refresh me? Who said that?
That was your buddy Marty.
That's Marty. Yeah. Fuck. Hey, fully. Let me hear it again.
I'm not like some madman.
That's Marty. Of course it is. I'm not like some madman.
Let's hear the whole thing. Hang on. For the whole thing. There we go.
I'm not like some madman. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
He said.
Marty, really,
God
I'd
bless
love
Marty.
to meet Marty. He really seems like he's good value.
He's a good guy. Marty's a good guy.
Yeah.
I think I put that in there as well as one too. I don't know how to spell it though. But there's a whole bunch of new ones in there. Fuck, I think I put Ringo in there, didn't I?
Yeah,
Peace
there's
Oh, you did?
there's
Yeah, you did.
several.
With Peace and Love?
Three
That's
of
in
them.
there.
Yeah.
What did I call it? Peace?
Peace and love. Peace and love.
There it is. That's so funny, hey? Peace and love. You can basically
Smoke me a kipper. I'll be back for breakfast.
Oh, that's fucked. It's too loud. Yeah, okay. I gotta adjust the volume on what a
You
guy.
should have used the one that uses the word skipper. Smoke me a kipper, skipper. I'll be back for breakfast.
No,
Yeah.
no, we wanted to get the original one. That doesn't sound good though.
Yeah,
But
well, they're all original. They're all in the same episode.
no, but Hendrik, you and I
Yeah,
both
yeah.
said no, because you and I both agreed that we didn't ever remember Smoke Me a
That
Kipper
is
Skipper.
true.
We
That
only
is
remembered
true.
Smoke Me a Kipper, so I was looking for that one.
Yeah.
Fuck me,
That was-
me.
that was because-
Okay, that goes on a little bit too long.
That was, dude, the night that happened, because it was a glitch and you weren't even aware of it.
No.
And all of us that were watching your streams saw it, and because we were hearing that glitch and you didn't even know it occurred. That was fucking hilarious, my man.
And that
Was,
that soundbite. That is the actual length of the glitch. So I haven't extended it or lowered it. That is the whole length of it. The other thing we can do with these exclamation triggers, I can. There might be Jack in this alcohol, but I can trigger an overlay. So like a video to come up, which could be interesting. Could sort of schedule that to sort of bring up something. I don't know what we want to do, but we could do it.
Yeah. Like, I mean, what kind of lengths are we looking at?
Yeah, you want to
Do
keep
we
it
know?
down like 5-6 seconds kind of thing.
Yeah. So it's got to be, oh shit. Got to be even worse than fucking TikTok or YouTube Shorts.
I want to do. Okay. Listen to this. Tell me what you think of this idea. And also, before I tell you, don't think about Jay Boston with his Flatten the Curve channel, which was a good idea, but poorly executed. So just for the Dale, Hendrik knows, but Dale, you probably don't know, but Jay Boston tried to do a fitness channel called Flatten the Curve, where he would incentivize himself to get on the treadmill and start, I think he was cycling, running or cycling, either or, and he had a green screen behind him. So he was, let me just say, this is a rad idea. Like, it was just executed poorly.
Sounds like Burner Girl on the trampoline.
Right, but the difference is there's a hot chick jumping on a trampoline, whereas there's a middle-aged dude in Melbourne running on a fucking treadmill with the cities of Manhattan behind him.
Hey, that gives me a boner.
Okay,
didn't he do that? Didn't he do that with Danny Black? He did, didn't he?
Right, yeah. It was a joint thing for a while, and they were both hosting it. So
yeah.
I got this idea, and it's kind of similar, but it's not the same, but it's sort of along those lines. You guys know about planking, right? Planking?
Yeah. Yes.
Apparently it's really...
God. How long ago is that? That's got to be 10 years ago.
No. Not that, not the fad of planking, not the trend of like, people taking videos of themselves planking on a weird... Not that. The actual plank, the fitness... pose, the yoga pose.
I don't do any fitness kind of like. No,
yeah, I'm not up to speed on that either.
Okay, well, basically, you lay on the ground with your hands like that, and your feet extended out behind you, and it's called planking, and you hold it, and it's so. Whenever someone says plank, man, I'll show it to you. I'll show you a plank. Give me.
So you're strengthening your core muscles. Your
bingo, bango.
Back.
Give me full screen props here. Hold on a second. I'm gonna go full screen here for a second, so you fuckers can just enjoy this. Here we go.
Yeah,
check this out.
Give us the full screen, baby.
This is the plank, right? Am I in the frame here? Yeah. Okay. So hands.
Don't do a starter.
Hands.
So is this like waterboarding?
I'm out of frame. How am I gonna do it? I'm gonna go.
You're in frame. It's all good.
Guess I'll go this way. I don't know if you can see it. I hope you can see that.
Yeah,
right?
we can see you.
That's the guts of it. I hope you saw that. I can check the replay as it's playing. That's the guts of the plank. Let me just get me out of full screen here.
So it's basically doing a push-up, but without any motion.
Right. Yeah, you're just holding one pose, and it seems
so easier than doing a push-up.
Well, that's it. It seems easy, right? It seems like a very simple exercise. But what I've found is there is a limit to how far you can plank. People are like, "Oh, you can plank for a minute and a half, 2 minutes, then you're done. No one can go further." So I thought, what about a TikTok gives a minute? Because I have a TikTok which I barely touch, but what about the plank challenge? Every day, because of course it's got to be numbers, every day the plank goes longer by a second. And the TikTok challenge would be, the first one would be...
gives a minute.
It's typical, right?
The next vlog's gonna be like a minute longer. Yeah.
Exactly. Stupid ideas, right? This is what this is based on. But each video on TikTok would be, "Can you plank for 1 second?" ? #plank challenge. Then you see a video of a 47-year-old man planking for 1 second, and I'm gonna have like that sort of vibe, but I'm gonna have a stopwatch in front of me where I press the stopwatch and it goes to 1 second. Then the next day, can you plank for 2 seconds? Can you plank for... When you get to 60 seconds, you're planking for a minute. People are going to follow that challenge. #plank challenge.
Oh, look, I don't know about you, but like when I joined TikTok, I never even posted anything. I was just like watching shit.
I haven't even looked at...
like everybody else. And I was only on TikTok for 3 fucking weeks before I got sick of it. I deleted the app, right? And fucking, I had more than 100 followers.
Yeah. Okay.
How? How?
Did you post anything?
Nothing at all.
That's weird.
Zilch.
That is going to get weird. Man, I got to take another slash. You're on your own.
Holy
H-Man,
shit, dude!
Dale.
That's like the 5th time you've taken a slash this stream. What the fuck?
Oh, dude, I'm about to let me have to go to take a slash too.
All right, well, let's all go take a piss at the same time. Fuck it.
Well, actually, I'm kind of like tempted to have a cigarette because I just bought my weekly packet.
Nice.
My weekly allowance of durries, you know.
By the way, Hendrik, your haircut does look good. It suits you. And thank you for trimming
Cheers,
that fucking beard. That beard was just ridiculous for a while.
Oh, dude, it got so inconvenient, mate.
No, I can relate. I mean, look, every guy can relate. When you have facial hair and, you know, whatever, and, you know, there's times when you just sort of, you're just lazy and you're like, yeah, fuck it, I'll just go for, let's see if I can rock the ZZ Top vibe, and it just, yeah, so.
Oh, well, I've tried the ZZ Top. I mean, I had it down to about here.
Yeah, I remember.
And it looked so fucking bad. I hated it. No, I just went.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it just, you know, look, it didn't suit you, is what I would say.
I think another Jack.
Exactly. I'm not, you know, like a Harley Davidson riding, like fucking long bearded fucking ZZ Top artist. No, definitely not. Although I would love to like ride a Harley one day. I should have like maybe continued with my motorbike license, but anyway.
Yeah.
Do you have a motorbike license?
I used to own a crotch rocket. I've never owned a Harley.
Right.
But I've been around people who have and do.
Yeah.
It's just not my thing. I actually like Indian motorcycles better than Harleys for my own personal reasons. But yeah, back in the day,
I think most people that are serious about, you know, like Harleys or motorcycles are actually of that same opinion. That Indians are nicer than Harleys.
That's racist, man.
Well, it's a brand name.
Come on.
Yeah, so I had a crotch rocket when I was in college, and like when I transitioned from college into the working world for several years, and I loved it at the time. But looking back on it, I mean, because that fucking bike, I could do 150 miles per hour on that thing, and there were times when I maxed it out. Usually late at night on some deserted road out in the middle of nowhere. But looking back on it, I would never do that again, because all it takes is a fucking rabbit to run out in front of your bike, and next thing you know, you're dead.
Exactly.
That's gonna be.
And that's why I discontinued. That's why I discontinued. Like my learning experience of, you know, like riding motorbikes. It's a friend of mine. Well, he wasn't a close friend at all. Not a close friend at all. I just barely knew him, but he went like on a group ride, like with a whole heap of friends, like in the mountains in the Sunshine Coast hinterland at Mullaney that way. And he hit it like he hit a tiny little spot of oil that a car had leaked.
Yeah.
And he's dead, gone.
Yeah.
That's it.
Or seriously injured, which is just as bad, frankly, because then you got massive medical bills and.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So that's where I basically decided, okay, I'm not doing any more lessons.
Were you going for your license at a point there, Hendrik? Your motorbike license?
Yeah. It was just before I moved to Melbourne. Yeah.
Before you moved to Melbourne, or before you moved to Brisbane?
Before I moved to Melbourne.
Oh wow! Okay.
So this was back in late 16, early 17.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, around that time. Yeah.
I know a certain person online who I won't mention their name, and don't even fucking try, because you will. But she was a bit of a biker bitch for a while. Let's just say that. And you know what? You know why women like Harleys is because the thing about a Harley is the motor. because of the way it's made.
Careful.
It vibrates.
Careful.
Right. Well, I'm just saying.
She's straddling the motorbike.
I've seen the
Careful.
memes. Yeah. I've seen the memes.
Yeah. And I mean, look, if I was a chick, I'd be doing it too. It's.
You'd be doing it. You'd be taking a ride every now and then.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't, because I mean, holy snap and duck shit, you'd lose your concentration and
holy snap and duck shit. That's gotta be a whatever, an alert or a holy snap and duck shit. Yes. Yeah. That's got to be one. That before what it do, holy snap and duck shit has got to be one.
Hey, are we really seeing 17 viewers on Kick?
Yeah, it's been 17 solid for a while now.
How come there's nobody chatting?
There's I mean, I've seen it fluctuate, but it's mostly been at 17. Look, there's a lot of lurkers, and they're gathering information, because that's what weirdos do.
Well, a lot of people also take it as like a podcast. They just like to listen and do other shit. So,
True.
I mean,
no, true, good point. You're right, and you're right.
I mean, yeah, with peace and love. If you're going to be in the chat, though, it'd be nice. It'd be nice for you to chat with me.
Yeah. So what else have you got? Let me check the shop.
Oh yeah, check the shop out. Yeah, there's a few. I put all that Ringo Starr stuff in. That is the funniest thing though. Like, I don't know. Are you guys on with me with that? Like, is that the funniest video that's on the internet? Ringo Starr saying he's not going to accept any more fan mail. Like,
actually, to be honest, I didn't know. No, I didn't find it funny at all.
I am not with you on that.
You're not aware of it, or you disagree?
Oh, I'm aware of it. I get his take on it. All right, so not to piss you off.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So.
Okay, let's hear it.
Let me dial this back for my own perspective a little bit. And I think a lot of people can relate to this. So
I'm warning you with peace and love.
Yeah. I mean, look, it was weird. The delivery was weird. Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
But I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that I understand when you put yourself out there and you're a quote unquote public figure, you get a lot of adoration and respect, and people like you, and there's all the positive stuff, right? But then what comes along with that is that some people then want to criticize and tear you down and point fingers and find fault.
Of course.
And it gets to a point, he's an old man, and he's just kind of done, and he's like, you know what, I've had enough of this shit. I don't need it in my life. People were constantly sort of harassing him, and he was just kind of like, you know what, fuck off. That was the impression that I got from it, and he was saying, look, I love you, but I can't deal with this crap anymore. So,
but it's worse than that, because he's saying, if you send me anything, I'm going to throw it in the bin. So,
which is dead set rude, fuck.
Do not send me your album sleeves, your photos of me. Do not send me anything, because it's all going to be tossed. To use his phrase, it's going to be tossed.
But again, okay. So just to relate to myself for a little bit, and this is not, look, I'm not Ringo Starr, all right. So I'm not trying to compare myself to him.
No, none of us are.
Let me make that very clear. So for me personally, what I've experienced online,
I'm Stingo Rar.
Stingo Rar. Rar. No, but I get my share of people wanting to constantly reach out to me and ask me for things, want me to be part of their
peace and love. Peace and love.
Sorry.
It gets old after a while, and so
well, okay, but if you're the drummer in the Beatles and you've had enough, you should eject entirely. You can't keep claiming royalties. You can't keep being Ringo Starr. If you don't want to sign the autographs, if you don't want to do the thing that makes you Ringo Starr, because they're not making new music, right? The Beatles aren't recording. So
That's right.
you have to either 100% eject from that. You can't just come out saying, I don't give a fuck about anybody that hears our music from here on in because I'm done.
That's it. That's
He's
exactly.
Ringo fucking Starr.
Okay, yeah.
He's that dude for life.
I totally agree there.
Yeah.
Like it's, I mean, like with the actors strike in Hollywood, you know, like they're saying we're not doing any like, you know, like promotion until, you know, like we get like better deals.
I mean, that's slightly different.
Ben, and it's a valid point. I guess for me personally, just to kind of wrap a bow around my point, was I would have not dealt with it that way. I don't feel the need to go online and express the don't send me anything because I won't sign it. It's just don't sign it. Just you know, you don't have to talk about
yeah,
it.
that could be a way around it. Not make the video. Yeah.
But because what I learned exactly. What I learned a long time ago is people reach out to me all the time, privately and publicly, and a lot of these people I just don't respond to because they don't know if I'm online or not. They don't know if I saw their message or not, and I don't feel the need to go out and publicly say stop doing that because you're just drawing more attention to yourself. You know, you're kind of contradicting yourself, right?
Can we just watch it? Oh, I just want to bring it up.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, that's my channel. Ringo.
I mean, you did make a good point. That's a very good point actually, because he basically just drew attention to himself again.
Fully, yeah. Ringo Starr says he's too busy to sign autographs. It's the greatest.
Yeah. This is a serious message to everybody watching my update right now.
You're going to jump on the bandwagon
peace
and like,
love. I want to tell you, please, after the 20th of October, do not send fan mail to any address that you have. Nothing will be signed after the 20th of October. If that has a date on the envelope, it's going to be tossed. I'm warning you with peace and love, but I have too much to do. So no more fan mail. Thank you. And no objects to be signed. Nothing. Anyway, peace and love.
Many times.
Yeah.
Wait. You guys couldn't hear that?
Not on Restream.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I've heard it many times before. So
is that for you too, Henry? You couldn't hear it either?
It doesn't matter because we've seen it.
Yeah. I'm just gonna fix it for myself. I opened up Logic. I wanted to open up Loopback. I can fix that pretty quickly, but I didn't know that you guys couldn't hear that. But the stream could hear it. Yeah, that's. I'm warning you with peace and love. From the 21st of October, nothing more. Just seems a little aggressive for a guy who played in the biggest band that ever existed, and you can still go and buy their music. You can still go and pay to subscribe to Apple Music and get the Beatles catalog. He's still getting the royalties from it, so he should still be the guy.
It's you make a valid point.
Yeah, it's not a stretch. Like, he's a celebrity. You can't eject from celebrity status. That's your stake in life, you know.
Well, it's not like
I'm not like some madman.
Yeah, it's not like he's the only person who's ever done this. I mean, there's lots of people out there, and you've seen it many times, where they get their wealth and fame, and then they're just like, okay, now fuck off.
That's true.
Yeah.
You got any other examples?
Oh, I mean, not off the top of my head, but they're ubiquitous. I mean, I see it all the time. I see it on fucking D-Live. I see it, yeah. Yeah. Hendrik knows what I'm talking about.
I do, yes. And then I've got a random Discord follower. I don't know what to do. It seems like they know me, but like I don't know them. And yeah.
Interesting.
Don't know what to do there.
I've got an interesting situation here. I have a audio input in OBS called Restream Audio, which is where everything gets fed in. Yet I'm looking in Loopback and I don't see that as an audio source. That's a bit weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
That's going to be weird.
Maybe Apple has like fixed something and maybe you don't need loopback anymore.
Do you know what, man? Loopback is the greatest audio patching software for a Mac. It's so sick.
Because I've found like in the lately, like with my streams, I've forgotten to do something in loopback, and yet my streams are working.
Interesting.
And I'm going, well, what the?
What the? That is very interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know how that would work, but guest audio for me. Oh no, I sorry, my bad. I called it something different. It's my bad. Okay, so here we go. So I got to add. Yeah, okay. So I didn't add Chrome to it. Brave browser.
And so the conversation in chat is actually quite interesting, and I don't want to like get too deep into all this, but Ben, while you're doing your thing, I just want to like make a point that I wanted to make earlier.
Sure.
The problem that I had with that drama on DLive was I felt like all the parties involved did not handle it properly because they all went public. Yes. Every single person, they all went public, and they were just bitching and seeking, sympathy and, take my side. And I don't.
And trying to like discredit the other side. And
yes, exactly.
This is a serious message.
I just stayed the fuck out of all of it because to me, all of it was just a shit show. So.
This is a serious message.
You guys hear that?
Yeah.
You heard that serious message, yeah? Yeah. So you can hear. This
is a serious message.
You're hearing that?
Wait, I heard something.
To everybody watching my...
It actually might have been Hendrik pouring
wine. Update right now.
No, you're hearing that, right, Hendrik?
Peace and love. You heard me. Peace and love.
You heard my wine. I didn't hear anything.
Are you not hearing peace and love?
Right now. Peace and love. Peace.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So Loopback is not doing you any favors.
Hold on a second. Try this now.
Peace and love. I want to tell you, please.
That's interesting.
You know what I could do?
Oh, I know what it is. It's OBS, dude. I've got it mute while... My bad.
You.
Interesting.
I could open the window and I could light up a cigarette. I reckon I could do that.
Ooh, Hendrik, you're going to have a cigarette in your own house.
I think I could, yeah. Well, might as well.
Do you have like a smoke alarm or something is there a reason why you can't smoke in your own home?
Oh yeah, the smoke alarms. Yeah, oh shit, yeah, there's one right there. Just up there. But yeah, that's See, I'll open the kitchen window too, so a little bit of airflow.
What is going on here?
What's the approximate time in the land down under, on the other side of the flat Earth?
Sorry, what time is it?
Yeah, roughly.
It's 6:35
a.m.
p.m.
Oh, so it's okay. So it's already getting dark for you.
Yeah, oh, well and truly dark. Yeah, it's winter.
Right. See, I always have a hard time wrapping my brain around it.
Okay,
it
check this.
Dark here until like almost 9 p.m.
Check this out, folks.
I know.
Hey, Hendrik.
This is a serious message.
You heard that, right?
Yeah.
That worked 100%.
To everybody watching my update right now, peace and love. Peace and love.
Okay, so I my audio sources were all fucked up, but I've got it there now.
Okay, so Benin, let me ask you a couple questions.
Go ahead.
Is part of what bothers you about that he's like peace and love, and then he goes on to be like fuck you?
It's a double-edged sword. Yeah. If he had to come out, if he had to said, "Hey dudes, I'm really too busy to do this shit anymore. I can't. I'm ejecting. See you later. No more." That would be more realistic, but he's smoothing it, and he's like putting like a glaze over it. It's like peace and love.
He's trying to ride both sides of the fence. He
Basically,
wants people to still love him, but he's just like, but fuck off.
you can essentially say anything you want as long as you say peace and love in front of it. Like I'm warning. He's even warning you. Like I'm warning you with peace and love. Like the peace and love part.
Yeah. It's not a very friendly way to come across.
Nah.
And to me, like, I mean, you made that comment. You know, like he's still earning royalties, so
Fully.
Like, he should still be like doing some work for it. You know.
Yeah. With peace and love, I'm no longer going to sign autographs, and I'm no longer taking royalties from all of our back catalogue. Just letting you know. With peace and love, see you later. That would be cool. That would be cool. And by the way, if you send me any more fan mail, I'm going to send it straight back to you. It's going to return to sender. He says I'm going to toss it. I'm going to throw it. Whatever you send me, I'm going to throw it in the bin. That's fucked, eh? Like your mother could have had the original pressing of the Help album. I really want to get Ringo's autographed. I'm tossing it. With peace and love, I'm throwing it in the bin. That's fucking shit.
No, okay, so yeah, I get your point, and actually, this kind of dials back into what we were talking about earlier, and I don't want to go into this too deeply, but
I mean, this is like, I mean, so sorry to interrupt you, Dale, but like it also goes into like the actors and the writers' strike in Hollywood. You know, like because they've like refused to like promote their movies and shit like that. Like we've had like Barbenheimer and fucking, you know, like this weekend. And you know, like nobody's like gone out and you know hyped it up. Yet
it's a bit different because those dudes don't have the stature of the Beatles behind them, but they do have a stature for sure. Yeah. Oh, by the way, speaking of Hollywood, can I just dovetail back to what we were talking about earlier? When I started scrolling through my Gives a Minute Facebook profile and found that creaky comment or that post about this thing that he was doing, it's because last night. Okay. So
sorry. Yeah. Fill me in because I did kind of catch some of that just as I was like.
All right. So I personally, Ben on Curbs doesn't follow Jonathan Creek. I'm not friends with him. I don't. But Gives a Minute, I have a Facebook profile for Gives a Minute. Apparently, I still do follow Jonathan Creek. And so last night when I was watching
that's a page.
A page, yeah, Facebook page.
Yeah.
Not
a profile.
Yeah, his business page, his virable page. Yeah. You know, you want to go viral, you want to watch his content. Anyway, I'm on this tangent of I decided it's a good name, Virable. That's a great name. I decided that I haven't Bigly Virable. With peace and love, it's a good name. I decided that I wanted to watch the Batman because people were saying you've got to watch The Dark Knight. It's so good, man. You don't even have to watch you don't even have to know the thing, but The Dark Knight, man, it's good. So I was like, okay, so I'm gonna watch all the Batman, like I did with Doctor Who and all that. Like I go back and I watch everything. So I'm watching all of Batman in sequence. And 2 weeks ago I watched the Batman Forever, which included Jim Carrey as the Joker or the Riddler. I think the Riddler.
Yeah.
Fuck, that was so good, man. I was like, what? This is Jim Carrey. Like, the movie sucked, but Jim Carrey was so good. Like, it was such a gag, like such a good, an enjoyable watch.
Jim Carrey was like fantastic. He
Fully,
really was.
like every, like ticked off all the categories of like slapstick humor. It was so good. And then last night I started watching Batman and Robin, which is the next one in the series. If you're looking at Batman in film, it goes Batman.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, but if you go to Wikipedia and it lists out all the Batman feature films which include Batman, and in chronological order, Batman Forever and then Batman and Robin. And I didn't know. I started watching Batman and Robin, and within the first, say, 15 minutes, I was like, fucking hell, man, this is shit. This is really... This has got...
With you, like, You know what happened to me with Batman?
Hold on. Let me hit these points. But George Clooney, Uma Thurman, Elle Macpherson, right? You would have thought that at that point you've got a pretty star-studded. The names are Elle Macpherson's in it, right? And I'm like, this is going to be great. And within 15 minutes, I was like, wow, this is really shit. So I pull up Wikipedia as I'm sitting there, and I'm boozing and I'm eating chips and I'm having a good time. It's Saturday night, and I'm reading Wikipedia, and it's like, Batman and Robin is often regarded as the worst feature film ever made. Not just in the Batman series, but ever. Of all the films, of everything that's been made, Batman and Robin is up there as one of the worst. And that beats The Room, right? Like, we all know The Room. That's the worst film ever made, but it's funny. Batman and Robin is just shit. And so, being the German I am, I've got to watch the whole thing. So I'm sitting there with this thing, and it's got Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's got this character that's just, it's obnoxious. It's loud. There's heaps of fucking, it's like all the action is really loud. Like the Apple speakers are blaring, and then it goes to the dialogue. It's really quiet and it's like spoken softly. Then there's this boom, big explosions, and it's just all the Hollywood schlock that you could imagine. And I'm sitting there watching, and I'm like, this is fucking shit, but I've got to watch it all. So I start scrolling through Facebook. I'm like, oh, maybe I'll click into my Gives a Minute profile. I haven't been in there in like 7 months. I go in there.
Were you an extra in that movie?
Nothing to do with it. I scroll through Gives a Minute, and I see this creaky thing, and I'm like, that's when I saw it, and I'm already in a bad state because I'm watching this fucking terrible film. And I wrote the post. I'm like, yeah, why don't you just send them a link to all the viral videos you've got, Jonathan Creek? And then I went to the bathroom and came back and went, delete, and just ejected out. And I'm thankful I did. Point TLDR, Batman and Robin, fucking terrible. Awful.
There's more viral videos in my toilet than there are on Creaky's streams. I shouldn't have said that, but I did. Fuck it.
And so the end saga of that story is that movie sucked balls, but I'm glad I didn't send the message that I was thinking of sending to Creaky, because it wouldn't have made any difference to him. And I don't really give a shit about his business, but I can see straight through it with peace and love.
Beautiful.
One thing I can say about Creaky though is he is a caring man. He's a very caring man. I know a lot of people that haven't seen, like my Facebook posts where, like I'm talking about how life is shit and all that kind of crap. But he's always reached out and said, dude, if there's anything I can do to help, I will.
Okay. That's nice.
Yeah.
I've not seen it, but that is nice.
Props to him, yeah. So definitely, I mean, there's more props to him than, Jay or Danny or Scotty even,
Right. What do you make of when Creaky was like heckling me for a rise on that last Creator Cast stream, where I'm like, what are you doing that for? And he's like, oh, I want to get a rise out of you. What do you make of that? Because that's the counteract.
Get a rise.
Well, when I asked him, when I confronted him, I was like, what are you doing that for, dude? Like, why? And he's like, we just want to get a rise out of you. Like, well, what does that give? What does that give you? You know the video,
but
Henry.
What's a rise? What's a rise? I mean, like I see a rise as being a pay rise. So obviously that
maybe it wasn't. Maybe the phrase wasn't. We want to get
a reaction.
Yeah, it might have been that. I can't remember the specifics, but there's the last Creator Cast stream when all this shit blew up, and it's still, I've got it up there. It's still, you can go and watch it. It's still live.
I know, it's still there.
Yeah, and I asked him. I said, Creaky, why would you do that? And like, what's the point of that? And he's like, well, we want to just, he basically said, I want to do this to you. And I'm like, but what does that make you? Like, what do you get out of that? Like, what's the point of that? And he didn't have an answer. And
Well,
so that's what's not sitting with me.
So a minute ago, Hendrik made a comment. He said he's a caring man, and so what I heard, and you got to remember, I don't know the guy, and this is all new to me, but what I specifically heard was he's a Karen man.
He's a Karen. different accents. With peace and love, it was a different accent.
With peace and love.
Yeah.
Peace and love.
I mean, we could.
Oh dear.
We could go into that, but I look. It doesn't change. The ultimate outcome is that all of those dudes, Creaky, Danny, Jay, Scotty, we're all separated. I mean, Jay's not even.
Yeah.
Jay and Danny are as far apart as you could imagine. They're not creating content together.
Okay, so
Scotty disappeared not because of anything to do with CreatorCast. It's got totally different reasons why he disappeared.
Yeah, no, he got a family with a child.
So Benin,
and also like when he jumped onto the Big Brother house bandwagon.
Scotty got that. Scotty did that before Jay.
Benin.
Exactly. So, and he got way more views.
Yeah.
And he also got way more shit.
Jay hated that. Jay hated that Scotty got there first.
Look,
so stupid. Sorry, go ahead, Doug. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just curious, for those of us in your audience, which is probably most people because you still have you're hanging it right at 17 viewers. I'm just curious.
I reckon that's a troll. Anyway.
Well, there's some people who are listening, right, and they're interested.
With peace and love, they're not listening. With peace and love, they're not.
So walk us through the whole creator cast. Give us the brief version of. Let me finish. The brief version of the history of creator cast, and what is it about the fact that creator cast sort of disintegrated and you've all gone your separate ways? Because you bring it up a lot, and I'm wondering why it still bothers you.
Fair question.
Yeah, and Dave, do you don't really know, do you? You don't know where it all came from and what happened.
But it's not just me. It's probably anybody who's going to watch this stream. 90% of the people don't know the story. So.
All right.
Yeah.
How long have you got?
As I'm wide awake, man. I'm good to go.
I've got to take another piss, but I'll hold off on it. By the way, I do have a condition. It's not that embarrassing, but I do have, you guys know, but anyway. So to cut a story super short, CreatorCast was a combination of 4 YouTubers. We all met, but we all knew each other, but then we all met in person in Melbourne, Australia, Victoria, Australia, at VidCon. The first ever Australian.
Can I ask, how did you actually meet? Because that's just the one thing I do not.
With peace and love, I'm telling you that story right now. With peace and love. So shut the fuck up and let me tell the story.
How did you meet online? I mean,
online. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Dude, that's a deep cut though. I got to go way back then because I made a parody video of Jay Boston's urban exploring content on my channel.
Did you?
Yeah, I did a video in the style of Jay Boston at the time, and one of his viewers sent him the link, and I remember asking him about a year later. I said, "Did you ever see that?" And he's like, "Yeah, someone sent that to me," and I watched it. I was like, "Oh, this guy, okay." So I made a parody video. It wasn't like anything. It was like Gibbs a minute doing a Jay Boston thing, blah blah blah. That's how I met him. But Danny Black, it's kind of funny, I suppose. I was basically smoking him. I was like, yeah, man, I like your stuff. Like I like your vibe, and I want to just show you. I want to show you that I like. I'm emulating you to show you that I like what you're doing. That was my attempt. And it did land. It did land with him. But then Danny came later and Danny, I feel like I first met Danny online through Nicholas Cole, because there was
through Nick Cole.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would have thought that Nick Cole and Jay would have been like closer. Wow.
Oh fuck no! They were miles apart from each other. Danny and Nicholas Cole, because not only did Nicholas Cole, he was at one point he was trying to do like a creator cast kind of vibe, like this is like for the community, that this is like I want to do YouTube and help small creators and blah blah blah. And so Danny was in that group along with myself, but I actually knew Nick because of skateboarding. It goes way back, but skateboarding.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, we already knew each other before that, but we didn't know each other. But we knew of each other through the forums, and his wife, she was big on the forums, and we already knew each other through.
Okay.
I love his wife.
Can I just interrupt real quick?
Go ahead.
So the term creator cast, that basically, if I understand correctly, you guys were 4 or more YouTube streamers that decided to come together and try to form what?
That comes a little bit later, but yeah, you're right. Okay. But that does come that comes up naturally. But Hendrik asked how we met before all that, and so I was trying to like with peace and love.
I'm just trying to move the story along.
After 6:53 p.m., I will no longer be entertaining any conversation about how Creatorcast became. With peace and love, no more conversation about Creatorcast after 6:53 p.m.
You're up to 19 viewers now. Ooh.
So we met, and yeah, okay. So I'll jump forward for the sake of brevity.
I bet you all of the Creatorcast is in the fucking chat lurking.
I hope so. Because my take on this is we could easily do Creatorcast 2.0 on Kick.
Oh fuck yeah.
We could do it. We could do it anyway. Danny, me, and Scotty. We could easily do this on a Wednesday night. We could do. But anyway, so we went to VidCon. VidCon's existed in the US for years, and it was coming to Australia for the first time. And so we all knew that we should be a force. Like what
is VidCon?
It's the biggest
wank.
Don't
know what VidCon is, Dale?
Never heard of it.
Do you know what? I do have to take a piss. Hendrik, can you explain VidCon in the next three or 4 minutes while I take a slash with peace and love?
Yes, please.
Okay, so VidCon is basically a conference, a video conference, except it's not a video conference, online, it's IRL. So it's a big thing. Like they hire these like big convention centers, and they get these speakers and talk about how to make viral videos.
Okay.
And
so is it just in
how
one
to grow YouTube?
Is it just in one place per year, or do they travel around the planet and do that?
They used to do it like roughly 3 times a year, but around the planet. So you'd have one in Canada, one in say LA, and one in Melbourne, Australia, right?
Yeah, I gotcha. You have to realize that a lot of this stuff I just don't know, and I don't think most of Bennett's viewers know this. So this is why I ask questions, is because it's like because you guys are talking about things and we need context. It's like, what are you talking about? So.
Exactly. Context is key, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I asked for context when I came into the chat.
Like Comic-Con, like Flo says in chat, like Comic-Con, because I know Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Was that good timing?
Comic-Con. I mean, there's all these like gaming conferences too. I mean,
Okay, so but I thought it was important to give your viewers some context and some history about, because not everybody knows the backstory.
Okay, good. Did Hendrik? Did you cover it all?
Yes,
okay.
He did.
I think I covered like what VidCon is. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't cover the sidelines or
CreatorCon.
what's his name? There was some dude that like Daryl Eves.
We've touched on him earlier with Peace and Love. We've already been down that avenue. But just to go back, because Dale did ask about how we knew. No, you asked before how we knew each other before. Just want to quickly hit this one point, what I was kind of alluding to. Danny was in this group, the Thrill Seekers, which I was involved in with Nick Cole, and there came a point where Danny was asking Nick about computers, the best, most powerful computer for processing.
Honestly, like the Thrill Seekers, mate, that was the fucking best. I fucking loved that.
I mean, it was a great idea. Yeah, the Thrill Seekers was essentially CreatorCast before CreatorCast. It was a good idea, and it was a bringing together of content creators. But what happened was, as soon as you spoke out of turn, which is with Peace and Love and Foresight, if you spoke out of turn for Nick Cole, he shamed you. He flamed you. So Nicholas Cole
but why shouldn't he? Why shouldn't he? It makes good content.
True. That's true. It does make good content, but when you know people in real life, it makes for a sketchy, dicky situation. Anyway,
yeah, true.
Danny Black,
at least warn you, I suppose, and say, okay, we're gonna.
I'm warning you with Peace and Love. I'm warning you. Danny asked him, and it was pretty clear what he was saying. He was saying, look, I've got a Mac. What's the best way for me to process, make my content look better in Final Cut or DaVinci Resolve? And the answer was, get rid of the Mac, get a PC, you've got to be on Windows NT, you got to do this and that. And Danny's like, I've got a Mac. I'm a Mac guy. And then Nick was like, well, then you've got to fucking change. And so that
you need both computers. I still for video editing, photo editing, everything else, Mac, right? Fucking, if you want to live stream, actually, I might change my tune.
That's with Peace and Love. Windows, that's changed, man. That's changed over the years.
Windows. Windows.
Nah, loopback audio and OBS these days.
Linux, then Mac.
Nah, so M1. Apple Silicon
loses big time.
I'm gonna have to mute you. I'm gonna have to mute you with Peace and Love. The M1 chip, the Apple Silicon, and loopback. You can stream on a Mac easily. Anyway, just that's how Danny. Because Danny was like, "Hey, look what this guy's saying to me." And he sent me screenshots. He's like, "Look what Nick's saying to me. He's a fucking dickhead. Hey, what the fuck? I've got a Mac, and I'm just asking him, and that's like, yeah, man, he's pretty." Because I'd already met Nick a bunch of times, and we'd hung out, we'd skateboarded, we knew each other, and I was like, yeah, he's a bit aggressive.
I honestly don't understand how you and Nick fell out. It's you've got that common thing,
Yeah. So okay, so that's how Danny and I met, and we've already explained Jay with the parody and whatnot. So then VidCon comes to Australia, and we've already heard from Hendrik, or you guys did anyway, but what VidCon is and how it was the first year in Australia. So Danny, myself, and Jay Boston, we're in a group chat, and we're talking about how can we get something out of VidCon, because we're no ones, right? Jay hadn't popped off yet. He hadn't had his viral moment with the Rosie the Shark. I'd already had my.
Give him a break. He was doing pretty well with the skateboard, skateboard stuff, like electric skateboard stuff.
Oh yeah. He had his niche. He definitely had his niche, but he hadn't popped off.
And that's how I found you two. I found you and Jay at the same time on the same day, and that's how I got involved.
Now, see, that's an interesting story to me. How you guys connected?
Because I was looking for an electric skateboard, and so I started Googling electric skateboards in Australia, and all I could find was Evolve skateboards, and because at the time boosted boards weren't available here, all you could do was like import them and pay a fucking shit ton for shipping.
Yeah.
And fucking, you know, so I saw Benon's video, like, you know, about him like riding. It was in Calboro Beach. I know, I remember that. You were like riding to the shops to do a beer run or something like that.
No, that I would have been back up in Janali at that point. I wasn't down here.
It was, dude, there's roads like with too fucking shit to fucking be in Janali, mate.
With Peace and Love, you're remembering it wrong. I wasn't down here. It was way before that. With Peace and Love. I'm warning you. You can say anything as long as you put that in front of it.
Then I come across the same day, like, you know, go to the next video and like it's Jay Boston, you know, like, and you know, he's doing a review of it, and then I got into like skateboard builders. Remember skateboard builders?
I don't know.
Oh shit, that was a dude from he's gone bust. Fuck, what was his name? Jay's got one of his boards. I actually rode the board.
Date right now. Peace and love. Peace and love.
It was a fantastic board too. In emotion or inertion or something like that. They were originally in Adelaide, and they then moved to the Gold Coast.
I don't know. I'm not too sure who you're talking about.
But anyway, like, so I came across those like those channels, and you had a like pretty negative like take on the Evolve, and Jay had a pretty positive take on it.
Well, I was Mr. Negative back in those days.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
And then I basically hopped onto the Evolve website and ordered one.
Mr. Negative.
Okay, jumping way forward past there. So that's the premise of how we all kind of joined together. VidCon was announced. We're going to do a VidCon Australia. It's going to be in Melbourne. That's the city that Jay Boston lives in. Danny,
and
Jay, and I
lived in by then.
And Hendrik. Hendrik was living there too.
I didn't have a place to live yet, but I actually was there.
However, Hendrik wasn't a content creator, so we had our thing, which we had decided to do, which was to go to Melbourne, to make a force, and to be something, and to put ourselves into this environment where all the YouTubers are going to be, and we're going to be a force. So, fuck me, I'm telling it wrong. That was the first VidCon. With Peace and Love, I've had a few jacks.
The second one, wasn't it?
The first VidCon, we all went down. Danny and I went down, and we all hung out there. And at that first VidCon, we were like, well, what did we get from this? We got nothing. None of us, we all came out of that going, this is just a whole bunch of wank, hey? Like, there's just, dude, basically, with Peace and Love to Creaky, all we saw from VidCon was Creakies by the dozen. And we were like, this is bullshit, hey? Like, all these guys are wankers. They're not content creators. They're just marketing themselves as self-help gurus. And so, at that time, Jay, Danny, and another guy, Scotty, who was there, said, why don't we do something ourselves? Let's create something. So we created CreatorCast, which was a collaboration of 4 content creators coming together to actually help creators, as opposed to making a business to make money and siphon off of creators. We were trying to help creators.
Dude, can I cut in there?
Hold on. One of the core messages with CreatorCast was that it would also help our individual channels. Because like I said, Jay hadn't popped off yet. I had already had my viral moment with the snorkel stuff. Jay hadn't yet. So we wanted to do something.
Well, Joe was getting recommended to me. Come on.
Hang on, Hendrik. Hang on. Sorry, Hendrik. With peace and love, I don't want to mess this up because Jay got his viral moment after that. But we wanted to do whatever we could to help all of our channels to grow. That was the core reason why we created CreatorCast, because we wanted our individual channels to pop off. That's what we wanted to do. Period. So when we made CreatorCon, which was a 12-hour live stream the next year at CreatorCast or at VidCon, that's like, we're going to be here. We don't give a fuck what they're doing over at VidCon. We're also in the city, and we're going to do a 12-hour live stream. We're going to go across to VidCon. We're going to give out business cards. We're going to bring people out of that conference, and we're going to bring them to CreatorCon. That was what we were trying to do. And that was a brilliant idea. Awesome idea. Like, great idea. Unfortunately, ego got in the way, and that's why we only ever did one of them. Because
guys, this is way better. I haven't said shit for like 15 minutes. This is way more interesting than Creaky's stream.
Well, Creaky came to CreatorCon.
Creaky was there, yeah.
Creaky came.
That's where I first met Creaky, and like in person.
I'm just saying that this.
You should.
This is the first time I'm hearing this. So
Dale, you should check out. Go to CreatorCast on YouTube. The 12-hour live stream's still up there. We did a full day of live streaming where
I saw parts of it.
It's a long watch. It's with peace and love to us. It's a long watch.
Scroll to like about 9-10 hours in, and like you'll see Hendrik.
Yeah, I remember when Hendrik.
H-Man rocks up.
Yeah.
And let me put this on record, and I've done this before. I would do that again in a heartbeat. Like I would easily
100%.
go to Melbourne with Danny, with Jay, with Scotty, and do CreatorCon 2.0.
Okay, so let me throw this out there because you
We get
mentioned that.
Gina back in.
Gina came.
My
Yeah, she
favourite
came
part was
too. Yeah,
Gina.
she's
Gina,
cool.
Gina,
She's
like
cool.
riding that skateboard, man. That was so funny.
She's cool. Yeah.
Oh, I'm about to go through the window.
So
so
guys,
cool.
let me throw this out there, because that's probably not going to happen. If it does, that's great. Kudos, but maybe the goal should be something new, something different. You know, because there's
over it
a lot of
with peace and love.
Of opportunities out there with other people, maybe other situations, you know.
Yeah, well, obviously, like it needs to be expanded to streamers. So I mean, like I'm sure that Benon understands that.
Stream,
And,
but like, to be completely honest, I'm almost over it at this point. Like I don't care what other dudes do. Like it would only be cool to do it because it was Jay, Danny, and Scotty. That's my take on a reform. Do it again.
Maybe when you guys are like old and retired and you're like, you know, yeah.
I'm already that old and retired.
Exactly, me too.
I'm counting down my days till the 10-year anniversary of my YouTube channel, where I can go, okay, I did YouTube for 10. Like
you got 12 years to go with Hex, dude.
Oh yeah, Hex, yeah. With peace and love, let's talk crypto another time.
Yeah, I know.
I'm warning you.
I'm just being a bit of a dick.
But yeah, like, I think,
you know, I'm really thankful I didn't get into like crypto. I'm actually.
Oh, you want to keep going with crypto?
Well, no. The only point I was trying to make is it's wonderful to reminisce about the good old days, and I kind of started it because I was like, give us the history, right?
Yeah, you did ask, yeah. Yeah, fair.
But I guess what I'm getting at is it's really nice to go back and remember the good old days, but everybody's moved on, so
good old days.
Yeah, the good old days,
Do you know the problem though? The problem with me, and
that's what was missing on fucking CreatorCon. Was the girls, apart from Gina.
Oh, okay. Who mentioned girls?
I did.
Jesus, you just wanted to put that in there, didn't you? Okay, so we need girls. So if we do create a con
Hendrik,
2,
you need to get laid, dude. Come on, man.
we need girls.
Of course I
Okay,
do.
so I'm hearing we need females, but the now you've thrown me off. I really loved that there were 4 dudes
Right. Yeah.
that had before YouTube, we didn't know each other, but yet there we are in Jay's business place, the Commons, with gigabit internet,
Yeah.
live streaming.
Fuck yeah.
Like
That was so good.
Yeah, I just don't get, and I still can't kind of compute why. Because one member of that group had a differing opinion to the others. Why does that mean that it's got to end? Like, why can't we have differing opinions?
So can I interject? Okay, so I think
Speaking
I'm
of the-
wrapping. Hendrik, please just give me a second. I think I'm wrapping my brain.
With peace and
around
love,
this.
Hendrik. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, exactly. Peace and love. Shut the fuck up. Because again, you got to remember, this is new for me, and it's new for I think a lot of your viewers. So what I'm hearing and is that you saw this amazing potential, Benin.
Yep.
And you
I'm
as well.
warning you with peace and love.
Nice, henchman.
Yeah.
Nice.
And for petty little silly reasons it fell apart, and it's frustrating. It reminds me, this actually reminds me a lot of when you were interviewing some of the members of Tracer and the band, and you were hoping maybe the band can get back together, but it's like
Yeah, but we got lives. Yeah.
so yeah, this is and if I'm wrong, then that's okay, but this is what I'm getting from it. I get it, but maybe it's time to go in a new place.
Oh, dude, it's been time ages ago. Like
I don't see why Creator Cast can't continue with a different cast.
I'm with peace and love. I would not do it unless it was the 4 dudes.
Yeah, because you can't call it Creator Cast because it has to be something else.
Yeah, and
But
I don't want to do
name.
it.
You made that name.
No, we all did. In fact, I think Scotty came up with the name. Scotty was the
really?
one.
Oh.
Yeah, Scotty was the one that said create.
So
What
how
about
come
create?
you've got the rights to it?
They gave it to me. They said, you can have it, dude. You take it. And I was like, okay, well, I don't really want it, but okay. I'll take it.
Yeah, in that case, yeah. No, in that case.
Which I tried. I
agree.
remember I tried to do. I
agree.
did a
You
couple
gotta start
episodes with I did a couple episodes with Xander. I did a couple episodes with Jordan Pike. I don't know if you remember that.
Creaky.
And Creaky, yeah. So look, Creator Cast, as far as Danny Black, Jay Boston, and Scotty Muir, and Gives a Minute, the 4 of us, that is Creator Cast. And what I'm saying is, I would easily, and not just me, but technology-wise, I now have the ability and the wherewithal to be able to do a stream, because we struggled so hard with the tech in the.
Oh no!
We struggled so hard. Fuck, it was so difficult. Now it's like click a
But
button
it was
and we.
frustrating to watch too.
Dude, we struggled so badly. We did pre-recorded, edited. We had me and Danny. It was Danny and I that were doing all the work. Jay didn't do fucking anything. Scotty had no tech, so he couldn't. Scotty
had no idea.
Scotty had no tech, so he couldn't do anything. Jay just had the tech, but couldn't. He just didn't give a fuck. Danny and I did all the work. Everything on Creator Cast was Danny and I. Everything. But what I'm saying is now we could easily run a live Creator Cast, and I could do it all, and it's not even work. It's just set the profile up and off you go. Simple.
This is what I'm hearing from you. Is there's a sense of frustration that, like I said, that it felt like that Creator Cast had this incredible potential, and it never quite achieved what it should have, and you
For
want to
two
find a way
reasons.
to.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, it came so fucking close. It came so fucking close. man.
And again, this is why I mentioned Tracer, because Tracer came so fucking close, right? They were a brilliant band, great music, and it just never quite achieved what it should have.
I'm gonna cut you off with peace and love. I'm gonna interject and say Tracer is not quite the same because Tracer.
Exactly.
I haven't said it. I haven't said it yet.
Tracer, right?
Did you just read the future? I didn't say anything, and you went exactly. That's a classic. Somebody clip that.
But like,
I didn't
that's
say
what I'm
anything, and
saying. You
Hendrik
never
went
broke up with Tracer.
exactly.
You're still like friends with everyone in Tracer, you know. Like, whereas
No. But sorry, it might be the Jack talking, but I didn't quite say what I was going to say.
Vino's fucking popping in too. There might be some alcohols in that one.
Hey, Benin, exactly.
I haven't said it yet. Either you've got high-speed internet, Hendrik, in Brisbane, and you're like 4 seconds ahead of me because I didn't actually.
Before they left your mouth.
I didn't quite get to my final point. What I was gonna say was that Tracer ended with like a mutual between Dre, Mike, and Jet. They were like, "Yeah, we're gonna end it."
Okay.
That's the difference. Whereas Creator Cast was like, "Oh, it's over because one person said it's over." It's like, no, why can't we? No, he's out. Oh, we're all out then? That's shit. Anyway.
Okay, yeah, I see your point. That's a good point.
Yeah, and so now that we and that was one factor, but the other factor was that we struggled so hard with the tech for so long that we never got to the point where we were like, okay, we're good to do it. It was always touch and go. Whereas now, fast forward 3.5, 4 years later, the tech is and the Apple Silicon, the M1 chips, M2 now. I think Danny bought an M2. He doesn't need his eGPU anymore. We now have the technology.
Yeah.
Like we've got it, right? It's so good, and we could easily do what we tried to do back then, and it'd probably still get no views, but we'd at least be able to do what we said we wanted to do. Create a content.
Okay, so can I ask another question?
Yes.
And again, you got to remember that this is new for me because I don't know the whole backstory. But this has been a great.
Well, now you do though.
Yes, now
With
I do.
Peace and love.
I can't say that anymore. So, I mean, do you have any interaction with these people at all? And do you think it might actually be a possibility that you could reconstitute?
Nothing. Nothing. Nah, dude. I blocked Danny on every social. Blocked phone calls. I don't have any connection to Danny.
That is so fucking sad. That is really fucking sad.
Yeah, it's shit. That's how it is, though.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
That's how it is. Danny, Jay, Scotty Muir. Like, actually, Scotty Muir would be he'd be the spark to the flame, if you like, because he's like, I've got nothing against Scotty. To be honest, I got nothing against Danny or Jay or Scotty, but the connection would be through Scotty because he's not blocked on anything.
Yeah, and Scotty's
because he's harmless. He's
but like he's like deleted like all his like viral like fucking.
I didn't even see it. But that would be a good conversation, right? That'd be a good conversation. What happened? Why did you delete all that? Like what's the crack with that? That'd be a good first stream back. Every Wednesday first stream we're going to talk about what did Scotty delete his channel for and why. How come Jay stalked Casey Neistat?
He didn't delete the channel. He only deleted like all the viral shit.
Okay, I don't know. I haven't seen anything from him, so.
So look, my take on all this, and this doesn't really necessarily apply to your situation, but it just sort of from my own personal, trying to relate to it, right? Because I've been involved with similar things, not to that same level. I mean, CreatorCast sounds like it was really interesting. I wish I was around back then.
It was
Dude,
fun.
you would have called
Because,
in
like,
and
you always had guests and, like, you know, like, and it was good fun. You always had, like, you know, like, remember that guy from Detroit?
It sounds like there was a
Fucking-
huge potential there and just
Fully.
never quite got there.
what about
But
Mark
so
Ensby? We haven't even talked about Mark Ensby. What a cool
I
guy.
can relate to that. But
Oh, Mark.
Dale, sorry to cut you off.
Dude. Mark has had like many problems. Like, he didn't really leave because.
No. Yeah, his wife. Yeah, his wife had health issues, and that's why he pulled out. But that aside, get this, Dale. When Mark Ensby was, because we were all doing our own content, and then we were coming in to do this CreatorCon, this CreatorCast thing as well. So we were all still doing our, and then we'd talk about it on CreatorCast. So it was like the weekly kind of news wrap, if you like. And I remember, man, and I found this, like, this is funny to think of, given how far tech's come. But Mark Ensby at the beginning, or at the early stages of CreatorCast, when he was live streaming on his own channel, he would pre-record all the segments. So let's just say we were going to bring up a video. Let's say we were going to bring up fucking Ringo with Peace and Love. This. Let's say we're going to do this, right? He would go ahead and do that, and he'd record it and have it as a video file. And then when he was live, he would play the video file as if it was part of the live stream. And I remember asking him, I was like, why do you do that? And he's like, well, the internet's so bad that I want to make certain I've already got the content. And I was like, yeah, but you're kind of missing the point of a live stream, because a live stream can go any which way.
I agree with. I do that, like, in some cases myself.
Well,
okay.
and I was gonna say that actually I get that. I kind of agree with that, actually. As long as you don't overdo
No. Okay, I get it too, and I agree. But that was his entire stream.
Oh, well,
so his stream never left the realms of what I've got scheduled for you. Whereas I always thought live streams should be able to morph left and right, up and down.
That's why YouTube. That's why YouTube introduced premieres, right?
I see. When you first said that, Ben, and I thought you were referring to like little segments, right?
Yeah, no, I am like little segments within the stream, which so he would.
But if that's your entire stream, that's boring as fuck.
And you know why? No, it's not boring, but it doesn't allow for interaction.
Right. That's my point. That, to me, that's boring as fuck.
So you gotta chat. Let's say your stream is popping and there's 20 people in the chat, and suddenly someone says, "Oh, check! Did you see Britney Spears? She's out of a conservatorship and she's touring. Oh, here's a link." You can't do that. You can't cut to that content because it's all pre-recorded.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
And I remember saying to Mark, "What about that?" And he's like, "Nah, I'm not doing that. This is my way." And I'm like, that's not going to last very long. And with Peace and Love, it didn't.
Yeah, well, exactly. Like I said, when you first said it, I thought you were referring to like little snippets, parts of it.
Nah, the whole thing. The whole thing was preempted.
Shit. Yeah.
Never going to work, huh?
And you know, I've got to say here too, like, I mean, like the internet infrastructure. Okay, he did have good infrastructure already.
My internet just dropped off.
He had.
Not really. I got to take a piss.
NBN was already fiber to the home.
Well, okay. So let me make another point. I've noticed that some people are better than others. It looks like Benon dipped out on this. Maybe he had to go take a slash real quick. But I've noticed that Hendrik, I think you can relate to this. And I probably should wait till he gets back, but maybe he still can hear me. I've noticed that some people are really good at thinking on the fly, improvisation, and some aren't. It makes some people uncomfortable.
Some use like the what's it called, the teleprompter,
Right.
and others just like go for it.
Yeah, just wing it, right? And
Yeah, yeah,
for me, a mixture of the two is good. It's good to have sort of a pre-planned, like, because I used to go on panels a lot on DLive 4 or 5 years ago, and I would have because people, it was never my stream, it was always other people's streams, and they were like, hey, you seem to know what you're doing, I'm gonna let you plan the topic. And I was like, well, no, I want to hear what you want to talk about. And they were like, no, you pick the topic and we'll go from there. So I would kind of mentally pick out like what we were going to discuss ahead of time. So you've got a format and you've got a topic and a concept. But then you've got to be fluid enough and agile enough to interact with the chat and interact with each other and just go with wherever it goes. So it's a blend of the two, I guess is my point. If that makes sense.
That's the thing with live streams. I mean, that's the beauty of live
I'm
streams.
warning you with peace and love.
You've got to be agile enough to be able to shift gears sometimes.
You've got to shift gears because, like on a live stream, like you start with 0 viewers, and
that's the beauty of it.
You've got to have a topic to talk about to start off with.
That's what's rad about it. Like, because if you didn't do that, you'd just make a video.
Yeah, right, exactly. Right. Exactly.
That's what I love about live streaming. I think live streaming is like so user interactive, and it's.
But Ben, and when you went to the bathroom or whatever, my point is that some people aren't very good at that. So maybe that was why he wanted to do things pre-recorded.
No, it wasn't that. He was a good personality. He just didn't have the tech. The technology let him down. The internet let him down. The technology.
And he obviously got mental problems because of the issues in his family. And
I don't think he has mental problems. His wife had some.
Well, yes.
Well, but that's going to affect. That's going to affect him as well.
Hang on. Go ahead, Henry.
Problems come in different values.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with Hendrik on that.
Okay, I might have missed that. I never thought he had any mental health issues. I thought he was a carer for his wife who was suffering some pretty gnarly shit.
Well, look,
say
it, Hendrik.
Yeah, but that never came across on his streams. He never stumbled upon.
He tried not to. Yeah, exactly. He tried not to.
Yeah. Well,
I actually have more respect for that. You know what?
He did it well. He did it well.
What bothers me about people who have mental health issues, and it's very common. It's a lot more common than most people realize. What bothers me, several things, but just on topic here, is everybody thinks that it's you're supposed to divulge all your personal stuff publicly, and I don't agree with that. It's some people are private people, and they're like, they're not comfortable with sharing that. So maybe that was the issue. He just didn't feel comfortable with. Yeah, but I'm sure it affected
Look at all the gamers, mate.
Yeah,
I mean,
look at a ton of people.
I mean, us chatting people are probably different, but the gaming people, they just go and play games and talk to the chat and have a bit of a laugh.
I don't know. Are you, Hendrik? Are you and I coming to the same conclusion? Are you saying that Mark Ensby had mental health issues? That's why he stopped streaming? I don't think that was the case.
Well, in a sense, I am saying that because. How can you not have mental health issues if your loved one, is not going to live for too long?
I agree with Hendrik on this. I do.
I'm going to go on record and I don't agree. I don't agree with that at all. I don't think that's going to change your mental health. That's going to change your. That's going to change your approach. Your mental health isn't changed because your loved one is going through a tough time.
I disagree with you, Benin.
Yes, okay. Me too. Yeah.
Well, if anything, at that point, you'd be like, okay, I'm going to pull away from live streaming while I care for my loved one. but I'm still I'm still sane. My loved one's going through a tough time. I'm going to deal with that. I can't stream for a while. But you're telling me he went mental because his wife was having a health issue? I don't think that's true at all.
It's not a question of sane or insane. It's a question of.
But isn't that what mental health is?
Well, but that's sort of. Yeah, there's.
Yes, it is. Mental health means you're either mentally sane or you're mentally insane.
I disagree with that.
No, not at all.
There's levels to this shit, Jerry.
What is mental health then?
Yeah. Mental health is like feeling about yourself.
Shades of gray. It's not black or white. It's not an either or issue. It's not you're either sane or you're not. That's not true.
Not saying it's 100% either way, but isn't it based upon your mental capacity? Isn't that what the definition?
No. You can be 100% smart. You can be a fucking architect and, build fucking $1 million fucking building or, $1 billion building, sorry. And fucking feel like shit about yourself, mate.
Read what Flo said in chat.
That's not mental health though. That's just your
can
feelings.
Even mean anxiety, stress, and depression. Thank you, Flo.
I guess I need to do further research.
When you add them all together, what do you get? Right? That's what happened to me.
Okay, so you're talking about yourself now, not Mark Ensby.
Well,
that's an example. That's an example. I mean, one example.
Okay.
I think the point is that rather than talking about any particular person,
well, no, we were talking about Mark Ensby and why he stopped streaming, and Hendrik claimed mental illness, which I don't agree with.
I think what Hendrik was trying to say was that.
Well, there's certainly like anxiety.
It affected his ability to function.
Yeah, and no doubt about it. His wife was going through a rough trot, but that doesn't make him mentally unstable.
He didn't just stop streaming. He also stopped being like a referee in the AFL.
Well, I never saw any of that. That's. So he quit his job as well. I never knew that. I just saw his social profile. I mean, yeah, that doesn't make him insane though. It doesn't make him mentally unstable.
See, so I have a problem.
Insane does not mean insane. You've got to understand this, Beno. Insane does not mean mental illness.
Well, I don't like the term insane because it doesn't really
mental
mean
illness.
It's like it's a black or white term. So from Bennon's perspective, you're either sane or you're insane. I don't agree with that. That's not.
No. It's not that. It's more that you're saying that his wife was going through a health issue, and that made him mentally challenged. I don't agree with that.
Indeed. Yes.
No. His mental capacity is still 100% functioning. Just because his wife is going through a situation, he still has the functionality.
No.
I don't agree. I don't agree with you, dude. I just don't.
Okay, I disagree with both of you at that point. I think that somebody has the full capacity of their mental capacity, and they've got a loved one who's going through a health concern. It doesn't change their mental capacity at all. They can still function. They can still be like, okay, she's doing this. We've got to work on how we can be there for her, and that might mean we can't stream. We can't do our job. We can't. But they're not changing their mental capacity. They're just changing.
Benon, I understand your point. I understand your point, but I'm telling you that if you speak to any mental health professional, they will disagree with you.
It means they're overwhelmed, as Flo says in the chat. They're not. Their mental capacity hasn't changed. That's bullshit, man.
Yes, it has.
No, it
because
hasn't.
Yes, it
No,
has.
no.
Absolutely it has.
How has your mental capacity changed because of an external source? It's up to
I'm-
you
I'm-
to decide
I'm
that. Your mental
astounded-
capacity.
I'm astounded that you don't get that.
Your mental capacity doesn't change based on someone else's situation. You change your mental capacity.
I'm gonna
Your
back
wife
into this
is
for a
not
minute.
somebody else. Come on. Your wife is you. Come on.
Yeah, but that doesn't change how you feel and how you think. You still have the capacity to
Yes,
to
it
make
most
rational
certainly does.
decisions.
Okay, all right.
So suddenly, when someone gets ill around you, you become a dummy. Is that what you're saying?
No.
That's what it sounds like.
And you never will become a dummy.
That's what you're saying. That you guys are both saying that the second someone around you becomes ill, you lose the functionality to equivalate everything together. That's
neither Hendrik or I have said that.
That's exactly what you said. You said you both don't have the facilities to be able to compute that. That's bullshit. Of course you do.
That's not what Hendrik or I have said.
That's what I heard.
Guys, let's just take a deep breath, shall we? We're all friends, right? Let's remember that.
Yeah. Let's just say, like, if you're having a rough fucking trot, you don't want to fucking do shit. And, you know, like, say your wife is like, you know, dying, and you happen to be like an AFL referee. What do you want to do? You want to like...
You want to care
look
for
after
her.
your wife? Or do you want to be an AFL referee?
You want to care for her, of course.
And you make that choice, right?
Of course. I'm not arguing that.
So,
You're saying...
Do me a favor and read chat, please.
Flo says, Gibbs, you just don't understand the terminology. Mental health issues have nothing to do with losing your mind. They can just mean you are struggling and having a tough season. That's not mental health. If you're struggling, we all struggle.
See this shit? This glass of fucking wine?
Mental health means your mental capacity is challenged. Period.
Why
You
do I
can't
drink so
say I'm
much?
having a bad day, I've got mental health issues. You're having a bad day. Big fucking whoop, we all have them. You're not mentally challenged. You're having a bad day. That's all it is.
Fucking
Get
bad
over
days.
it.
You've got a fucking bad life.
But then that's not a mental health issue, though. A bad life
Ben and I love you as a friend, and I always will, but I do not agree with you on this at all.
That's great. Fine. Let's all not agree on this point. My point very clearly is, if you have a loved one who is...
You know what we got to do? We got to fucking start a new podcast, and we call it Mental Cast.
No, let's not, because then you get stuck in the ditch of wallowing in it, and I'm not interested in that.
If you like, so cutting way back to the beginning of this stream, Dale, your father died a year ago. My father died 23 years ago.
Yes. Oh, good. Go with
I
that.
don't have mental health issues because my father died.
Don't start me. Don't.
Okay. So speaking
Do
for
you?
myself, I do.
Mental health issues? Your
Yes.
mental capacity has changed because of the passing of your father.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and it wasn't just that he died; it was the fact that I couldn't attend his funeral, and I was going through my own medical crap and a lot of other stuff, and yeah, oh fuck yeah, it affected me big time. I mean, I was in private calls with a couple of people and cried my fucking eyes out like a little baby because I was just broken. So if it affected me big fucking time, dude. And I mean, I've luckily come through that because of the love and compassion of some really good friends, but it fucked me up, you know, and that was new for me because I'd never experienced anything like that before. So I'm not saying I was insane, but I did go places mentally that I don't ever want to go again. Let me put it that way. Maybe Hendrik can elaborate on that.
So I think we're
Look,
getting
I mean,
stuck on
like,
the
when I became homeless, like, I mean, what did that to my fucking mental illness? You know, it's just fucking whoopsies.
It
it's
exacerbates
kind of
everything. It makes everything worse.
Yeah.
I think we're getting stuck on terminology because I don't think what you described is a mental illness. I think you've gone through a rough time, hard time. Someone that you loved died.
Look,
doesn't
Ben,
make
you're making a good point. I get that. I think that's probably true that we're getting stuck on terminology.
It also depends on circumstance too. Like, I mean, like, you know, like, this is going to get controversial. So I don't know if you can X-tag. I don't know if you can X-tag on.
If I fall out of my chair, don't freak out. just a little joke.
Different site. We don't need to X-tag on Kick.
Look, my mother, like, has been abusive, like, throughout my entire childhood, right? And I've been, like, beaten up by both my father and my mother, like, plenty of times. And so that never helped my fucking mental health issues. And on top of that, like, what I'm trying to get at though is, like, my mother is, like, now got dementia and like, she's forgetting shit. And she is close to death. And is it bad to fucking say I'm looking forward to her death? Is it fucking bad?
It's pretty heavy.
That's not for anybody to say but you.
Yeah, that's on you.
Judge you on that. You feel what you feel, dude. You know.
I just think, like, again, I'm going to hit it. I just don't think that's mental health. I think that's like extreme factors, extreme pressures, and extreme measures on your being, but it's not changing your mental.
I disagree. Like, you know.
But you still have the functionality. Your brain
stuff that happened like 30 fucking 40 years ago.
Yeah, but you still have the brain capacity to work through this. You can still, like, process it, and you can still, like, ask yourself questions. And even the very fact that we're discussing it now tells me that you have the brain capacity to dissect it. So you're not mentally challenged. A mental health issue would be someone sitting there going, I don't have any capacity to deal with this, and therefore I'm a vegetable. That's a mental health issue.
Okay, but Benin, what you're not getting.
That's extreme mental health.
What exactly?
But isn't that the very definition of it though?
No, it's not. So just Benin, please. What you don't seem to understand, and I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just disagreeing with you, okay? You're taking an extreme position of somebody who's just completely incapacitated mentally and making it sound like that's...
You just said it. You just said the words extremely incapacitated mentally. That is a mental disability right there.
Yes.
You just said it.
That's true, but that's not the only mental disability. There's levels to this shit, Jerry.
It's you've either have the mental wherewithal or you don't.
No, it's not a black or white thing.
I believe it is at that point. You're either mentally challenged or you're not.
No,
it's either on or off at that point.
This is where I disagree with you.
I think what you're defining is not.
I can still write code. I can still fucking build buildings. You know,
therefore, you're not mentally challenged. Therefore, you're completely sane. You've got the smarts of any intellectual out there, and you can go and achieve anything.
It's your emotional.
What the fuck, dude? You've got the smarts and the brains to make a building and architect a building. Do it. What's stopping you?
my emotional fucking well-being.
That's not mental. That's not mental.
Yes, it is.
No,
That
it's
is
not.
mental.
That's emotional. You just said it. It's emotional, dude. It's emotional. It's not mental. You've got the brain capacity to achieve whatever you want like anybody else, but yet your emotion and your memory of a bad situation is hampering you from doing the things that you want to do. And you're claiming mental health. It's bullshit, dude. It's not it's not mental.
Yeah, dude. I really want to get into like all this like AI, you know, like to actually like use the AI to write code for me and to do shit. But that side of the fucking brain says, dude, let's fucking go for it. That side of the brain says, nah, fuck off. I don't want it.
Okay, well, that's bringing AI into this is gonna. How long have we got?
Yeah,
not long enough.
Let's not overly complicate the.
That was an like example, like I mean, because I haven't like coded like for about 20 years, so I'm out of the loop on coding. So I was just like using AI as an example to get me back into it, right? I would still need to like get AI to like write the code and then for me to fix it.
Okay, I just don't see how that's relevant right now, AI in this conversation. But
okay, sorry. I mean, is that kind of like, yeah? Okay, let's say I go onto GitHub and I find a piece of code that is like useful for me that I need to use on a particular project, and I go into GitHub and you know, I find some code. Okay, this, yeah, I can use this, but not 100%. I got to fix it.
it's a shame you're mentally challenged that you can't work out how to fix that code, though. You see my point?
Look,
you aren't mentally challenged because you can fix the code.
Exactly. But the thing is, do I want to fix the code? That is where the fucking mental thing comes in.
Well, the very fact that you recognize the code needs fixing tells me you're not mentally challenged. If you recognize that there's a problem with the code,
I think you're misunderstanding like the whole term.
I think you're misdefining the term. That's the problem. You're changing the terminology to suit something else.
What are your thoughts on this, Dale?
He ejected.
Dale's gone walkabout.
Look. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me try this one more time. All right. So I think what we're stuck on is terminology and
totally
words that are just defining, because
what you just said, Hendrik, is not mental health. That's not mental health.
We're all making valid points, and I'm not totally disagreeing with anybody or totally agreeing with anybody. I'm just kind of trying to wrap my brain around all this. I think that the point that Hendrik and I and Flo and probably a lot of other people out there are trying to make, and Benin, you're not a stupid person, so surely you're going to understand this on some level, and I think you do.
Okay.
Is sometimes things happen in our lives that become, and maybe it's a combination of drug abuse, alcohol abuse, possibly that plays into it, which is a bit debilitating. It affects your ability to think clearly. Maybe some of it is shit that happened in your childhood, horrible things that pop up out of the blue that you weren't ready for. Maybe it's...
That's my problem. That's my problem.
So let me
it just
finish
pops
my
up
thought.
all the time.
Yeah, right. So let me finish my thought. But unless you've actually experienced it, which luckily, Benin, thank God, apparently you haven't. So that's wonderful for you, and let's hope that stays the same. I hope you never have to go through this shit. I've never experienced what I would consider, quote unquote mental illness either, but I did get little tastes of it because of some of the stuff that I've experienced, and from observing other people and having, because I have a lot of empathy for my friends, and when they're going through a rough time, and I try to find out why and what's going on, and how do you get out of that? How do you fix it? So there's all these different aspects, right? And sometimes it just gets overwhelming and it gets debilitating. And if you get to the point where you can't function the way you should, if you can't hold down a full-time job, if you can't, sometimes you can't even have a conversation with people because it's just too much, right? To me, that is mental issues. It's not mental illness, it's mental issues. Maybe that, I don't know if that helps, but because it does become crippling, just like any, it's almost like losing your leg or something where you just can't walk anymore. I don't know if that helps at all, but
that's a stretch though, because like losing a leg wouldn't be called an issue, that'd be called a disability.
Well, but this is what happens with people with these
but
mental
it adds
issues.
to your fucking mental issues.
Yeah, but you were very careful
You
to,
know,
to
like, I mean,
describe
I
it.
can't fucking walk
You defined it as a mental health issue, not a disability. Whereas losing a leg would be a disability. You don't have a leg, you're disabled.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, I've probably had like 30...
This is why I love talking to you, because you're very fucking intelligent.
We're fighting terminology, and that's my whole point.
I know. We are.
To bring it back to the original sort of like the way this came up was that Hendrik claimed that Mark Ensby stopped creating content because of a mental health issue, and I completely refute that. I don't agree that because his wife was suffering a debilitating illness that required all of his attention, I don't agree that that makes him mentally ill. I agree that that's a challenging situation and that he needs to dedicate all of his time to it, and that means that he can't do any of his online content, and it turns out he also couldn't do his job. That's not a mental health issue. That's him dedicating his capacity to help someone in need. It doesn't change his mental capacity. It just means that we don't receive the things that we thought we would receive from him, in this instance, his time to create live streams and to create his content, because he's busy with his wife. He's not mentally challenged at all. It's his wife that's going through the situation.
I get your
5 years from there, 10 years from there, maybe you might find that there's mental issues that he's suffering post the incident, but at the time of the incident, his mental wherewithal is still there. He's not challenged mentally at all.
You're making the problem that I'm having. The problem I'm having with your description, and I don't know the guy, but the problem I'm having with your description is you're making some assumptions that he would probably disagree with.
I mean, sure, we'd have to hear from him.
Yes.
Yeah,
Look,
but you guys are all speaking on his behalf. You're all speaking on his behalf.
Well, Dale isn't.
Post-traumatic stress disorder, that's not mental health, dude. Post-traumatic stress disorder is not a mental health issue. That's separate.
Yes, it most certainly is.
Are you?
Is he ill? Fuck yeah.
It's after the fact. Even it's in the name, post-traumatic stress disorder. It's after the fact. So it's not happening. It's not happening to the person at the time of the incident. It's after the fact. So it's years after, months after.
So my mother fucking beating me up as when I was a kid.
It's irrelevant, Henry. It's irrelevant. We're talking about Mark Ensby stopping content creation because his wife was getting sick. That's irrelevant, dude. That's not the same situation. We're talking about why he stopped his content when his wife was getting terminally ill. And you guys are all claiming it's mental health, and it's now you're saying it's post-traumatic. It hadn't even happened. How can it be post? It hadn't even occurred yet. It can't be post in like.
It's still mental health.
It's not mental health. The dude's capacity was still 100%, dude. You don't.
Fucking Google it, dude.
Fucking Google it, Bannon.
All right, look, we're gonna hit a wall here, and it might be best that we hit that wall because we're not going to get past it.
How about we do this?
Let's wrap this up here. Let's pull it together.
We need a fucking tune. Come on, tune.
Well, okay. So before we get to a tune,
can I throw a tune?
How about a band? Mental as anything? Ah, shit.
Yes.
No, let's not.
Let's go.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Dale. Go ahead, Dale.
Before we do that, I just want to kind of wrap a bow on this. First of all, Benon, I love and respect you as a person. You know that.
Why am I hearing with peace and love in that same sentence?
No, I didn't say that.
I was hearing it though.
See, now you got me all fucked up.
Yeah, you did the word love. You just didn't do the peace and.
Well, I'm just.
Look me a kipper. I'll be back for breakfast.
Jesus, that's loud. I've got to change that one, H-Man.
Wow, that is loud.
Yeah, that's fucking loud. I'll change that.
I think it's important to remember that we're all friends and we're all sort of after the same. We all want what's best for ourselves and our friends and our loved ones.
Oh no, that's not what's happening here. This is the end of Gives a Minute. Where after this, it's all over. Just like Creatorcast. Hey, we're all going to go separate ways. It's over.
Oh Jesus.
We can't agree on you can't have a disagreement. That's ridiculous.
Well, what's ridiculous is that it fell apart for silly childish.
I'm not like some madman. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Yeah. Good job,
Marty.
Henry. Good job.
Good timing, H-Man. Good timing.
See, and I would love to hear Marty's take on this.
Yeah, that would be cool. Marty would have a good take on this for sure.
Anyway, it was a good conversation. I really enjoyed it. So,
well, look, what are we live? We did
Likewise.
4.5 hours. I was actually only going to stream for 2 hours today. I was like, no, I'm not working early tomorrow. I'm working at 4 p.m. So I've got the morning and the day to sort of chill. But I was like, no, I'll do a stream, but I'll cap it at 2 hours. 4.5 hours later, because of you lovely specimens, Dale and Henrik in the chat, in the stream, and lovely people in the chat. Flo had to split. I saw Stephanie up there as well, but yeah, look, I appreciate you guys coming in, and of course, we can always have conversations like this, and we can always disagree. Like no one has to agree with each other. I think that's what makes it engaging. No. You're like,
well, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No.
We were talking about that before. It says, podcast.
Whoa. One at a time with peace and love. One at a time.
I'm gonna ban you from the Discord, and you can't.
Fuck! I got banned from. Are you gonna ban me from my own Gives a Minute Discord? Could you imagine? That would be like.
Come on, Dale. You don't even have a Discord. Come on.
He's talking about.
But I do.
He's going to ban me from the Gives a Minute Discord. Could you imagine the banning? Like, imagine getting banned from your own Discord. It'd be like, shit.
That'd be fucking hilarious.
That's all over at that point. Hey, it's like they took me out of my own Discord.
It's like, wait, what the fuck?
What's that? A hostile takeover? And enough people go, yeah, he's out.
Be careful who you make an admin in your Discord.
Jesus. Actually, I don't even know.
Oh, please. Look, this might be the fucking wrong admin.
I think Blue Static and H-Man are both admins in my Discord. I better watch what I'm saying with peace and love. But yeah, look,
love you guys.
we can all disagree. We can all chat. That's the point of it. And like, yeah, I'm stoked we had this conversation. And the end of it all is that if CreatorCon 2.0 happened, I'm all about it, and we have the tech to do it.
It's got to be in Brisbane, mate. It's got to be fucking 100%.
Why? Because you live there? The first one was in Melbourne, dude. It's going to be in Melbourne, right?
I didn't tell you this.
What?
You know how, like, Jay's, like, ID Digital has expanded to, like, Sydney?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's got, like, 3 offices in Melbourne now.
Oh, wow.
And 1 office in Sydney.
Cool.
And I asked him on a Danny Black live stream, I said, so you're going to open a Brisbane office? And he goes, yeah, that's happening.
There you go. Or maybe we need to have Jay call in for a conversation and talk about that.
That'd be good.
Exactly.
I'm down. Not tonight, of course. Not tonight, Jay, if you're watching. Not tonight.
We could do it from Jay's Brisbane office.
But he's no longer at the Commons, is he? In Melbourne, he moved out of the Commons.
No, I'm pretty sure he's like using Commons like everywhere, like
Okay.
in Melbourne, Sydney, and about to be Brisbane. Yeah.
There you go.
Hendrik, are you going to go live after this?
Yeah, I think you should, H-Man.
Oh shit, I could.
Open up the hen house.
You seem like you're pretty fired up, so.
Get out of here and open the hen house, and I'll wrap this up here, and you can open.
Okay.
We could even host you,
Give
dude.
me.
I don't even know how you do that on Kick.
No. You got to give me an hour or something.
This guy
sure
needs tech. He needs tech preservation.
See, I got like fucking thingies in my fucking ear instead of the fucking big
the technology's raised. All right, dudes. Well, look, I'll let both of you go.
Well, the audio sounds like shit now, but like
it sounds good on our end.
Oh,
yeah,
that's good. That's good.
I can hear you great.
On that note, Hendrik, do you want to leave us with any parting words? We'll let you go first.
Parting words,
as in the last in.
Parting words. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Because he wanted to get laid.
And just like that, I didn't even let him answer that because there's a question that has no answer. Why did the chicken cross?
To get laid.
Well, is that your closing comment there, Dale? The chicken.
No, my closing comment is with peace and love.
And he's out with peace and love. He's out, folks. There you go, folks. What a cool stream. Look, just to recap here, I'm all about the conversation. And I feel like we had a pretty damn good conversation tonight. It might have got a little intense for your likings. Maybe at some point you might have been like, you, and I'm talking about me, gives a minute, you're a real dickhead. Listen to what they're saying. And at that point, that's cool because you're at least getting on the edge of your seat going, oh, it's a little spicy up there in the Gives a Minute stream. It's a little dicey, a little conversation that requires deep thinking. That's what I'm about. So if we can at least get into that sort of like vibe where we all have pertinent questions, like strong questions and definitive answers that we all stand by. Because let's not forget that I stood by my answers, Hendrik stood by his answers, Blue Static stood by his answers. We all stood by what we were saying. So that's encouraging that none of us backed down. None of us were like, oh, okay, I might have changed my mind. No, we all stood by what we said. That's rad, right? That's the point of it. We can all get out and give it and engage it and have our own say. And if you can't, that's what happened to Creatorcast. You can't have your own say. It gets sliced off at the base, and all of a sudden, you're not having a two-way conversation. You're having a one-way conversation, and it's based upon one person. And that sucks. And I never want my streams to ever get to that point.
I want to mow the lawn and go fishing.
Ultimately, I want to mow that lawn and go fishing. And if we can all do that together, then we're on the winning ticket. That's my take on it. Your take may differ. And for that, I appreciate you. I want to thank you all for being here. How many did we have in the chat? I can't see because I've got peace and love. I've got Ringo Starr on my screen. With peace and love, Ringo. Where are we, Ringo? I can't even see it here. Doesn't matter. 12. I see 12 viewers watching. Thanks for the 12 Yahoos watching the stream. Appreciate you. I'm out of here now and working tomorrow, so I won't see you guys for a little while because I got to work. I've got my own mental health issues. It's called work. Is that too soon? That's wrong. I can't claim mental health. I've got to work, dudes. I've got to work. It's a mental health issue. I gotta go to work. Shit. Too soon, man. Too soon. Get out of here.
Kicking it with Gives a Minute on Kick.